We ever opened the hearing this morning?
Yeah.
Hold on one second, hold on 1 second.
That's why I'm in here. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on just a second.
There was discussion about that.
It's just. My line. Okay, now we can go.
Okay, so the microphone's on.
Yes.
So before Mike left, he said that it was important for you to know that when there is a 8:30 agenda time, that you need to go ahead and open the hearing. And then say, all right, there's no cases to be heard. We will then come back for 10 o'clock and just leave the thing running.
Yeah.
So he
There
wants
was
you to.
somebody here though.
And he wants you to go ahead and open the meeting and affirm that, and is there anything else?
Because there's an agenda posted, he said a meeting has to be open,
Right,
because it was
understand.
8:30, yeah.
I understand. There
We-
was nobody here that
Mhm.
the system wasn't on, so that was part of
Right.
the challenge. Okay. But we'll make sure that somebody's got the thing turned on
Mhm.
and we open the hearing.
Okay, sounds good.
We will, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good, yeah, you're good.
If they're just looking up at the screen, it's.
Oh, sorry. I didn't have to turn it on.
Okay, it is Thursday, July 21st at 9:59 a.m. We are convening the session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We have a quorum. Okay, so we're open for hearings. Who's on first?
And if you want to go ahead and mention that the 8:30.
Okay, the 8:30 session was not introduced or opened or convened. So
But you were here and.
yeah, we were here and present and had one.
Yeah, there you go. I think that's good. Hey, hold on. It's getting really good.
Oh, yes,
Really good.
So,
the book that she's reading,
oh,
by the Claudette.
I think I was up until midnight. I'm like, I gotta, but you gotta go to work in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, I,
I'll give you a word that happened.
No, and we didn't know either. I mean, we got told the same thing. So. I was like, there was nobody here. We were like, well, let's do it. Yeah,
yeah.
me too.
Ever, yeah.
Me too. Okay, so we have one of these drives. Okay, I wonder if this is the first one. Figure it out. Hey, is this the first one, Beth? Is this the first one? All right, hold on.
What number is it?
We have account number 32369.
Okay, hold on. Just a second. Is it three?
So, it's page 3.
Page 3.
No. Oh.
You ready?
No. Hold on. Give me a second.
What page is that? Should be under. Susan.
3 o'clock.
Should be got it. The one that can pass.
Is this one stored in?
I don't know, it looks weird.
I know. guys, give me just a second.
Just take your time.
We're not going anywhere.
Okay, good. It's not right, and that's not where it usually is, so I'm just a little.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so this,
Just go to, what kind of space is that? And then, just go down. Yeah. And it should be the pre-requisite.
this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You let Raina, right?
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Be a question for the chairman.
I'm sorry.
Is it okay if I record?
Sure.
And it's also available on YouTube too. Also.
Yeah. so-
Yes, I know. I may want to listen back to my own phone if that's okay.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, you're Christie?
Yes, you are, Richard.
Okay, okay, but why you Christie?
Yes.
Okay. So I have some administrative stuff to run through first.
Sure.
We have to swear in a minute too, and they'll help you do that when we get to that point.
Sure.
So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022 -1156, count number 32369, 1411 Dana Drive in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify exactly what's under protest.
I have a couple of questions. You check incorrect appraised market and compare the property. You also check, and it looks to me that they've been crossed off. Temporary disaster, given that was denied or modified, it's got an X with that cross off.
Can you repeat that? I missed the first part of your question.
Oh, yeah, you have, you've indicated, you check the box, it says temporary disaster damage, it was denied or modified. But it looks like it's crossed off.
It's probably crossed off. I was just scratching through that form.
And
Okay.
there was another one as well, which is incorrect damage assessment for property qualified for temporary disaster exemption. So it looks like that's crossed off.
Right. Right.
And then you also have other check, but it doesn't indicate anything.
Right. And is there another? Because I don't have that form in front of me.
No, that's the only thing. Well, you incorrect market value.
That's the one that we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, okay, it's one.
Okay, so we have Q1, Q2, which is market and equity, and that's it. Okay.
Yeah, it's really faded.
Thank you.
All right, so we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using that form. There's also a copy of it that will be included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. And information on how to return it. There's also information on taking it online if you wish. Is all included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.35H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And we have
haven't seen, information.
Yeah, so we have a copy of your affidavit or your protest notice.
Is she presenting more information?
There's that down drive.
Okay, good. All right, and everything that you're gonna address from an evidence standpoint is on that thumb drive?
It is.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I have not been swear that I have communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Kim, swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under the oath. You'll be asked to swear in at this point.
I'm going to read that statement out loud and state your name, please.
I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And your name?
Christine Rutledge.
Thank you.
Greg, I see you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Okay, just so you know, the four of us around the table here are, five of us rather, for the appraisal review board. Ray Presley at the end of the table is the district representative. And Jack Pena is back there who's driving all the technology from the district. Okay. I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay. Over on your left hand, there is a chart that's the hearing procedure time. That's how we're going to run the hearing today. Takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. But you get to make a choice of who presents first.
I think I should go first.
5 minutes.
And before I start, are y'all going to look at the evidence along with me?
Yes.
They'll put it back on the screen.
You can tell me where you want to go to also, and I'll click on them. On your browser.
So there's photos, in the document 4 is photos, and then document
Inspection, there's that one. Protest evidence inspection kitchen.
we can start there since you opened it. How about I just go in the order you opened? And now can we start the clock? Jackie has just opened a signature inspection report. This was done after the hurricane because we knew that there were serious problems that weren't very visible. I only allotted 2 pages because I was running out of paper in my printer to bring to you. But the main thing I want to show you here is this is infrared photos. It shows where moisture had penetrated the house, and it's 17 pages long, this whole report. Can you go to the next page? The main photo is the last one. This is the kitchen. If you look all the way across the kitchen ceiling in the back, you'll see all of that purple and red. That is all moisture that has penetrated my kitchen. So I want you to see that. The entire house had to be gutted after Harvey. On the inside meant all the electrical came down and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, thank you. Can you go to the next file, photos? And well, actually, yeah, let's go through the photos, and I'm going to read to you another document that I have, which is I made a summary of each of the Improvements, this is the sunken living room, this is obsolete, it's dangerous. The tile is in terrible shape. And I don't believe that it's going to be easy to sell with that right at the front door. We have one living room, the comparables that we're comparing to, that CAD is comparing to has two dens, but we have one and it's, I think, obsolete. If you can slow down the kitchen, if you can go to up on that photo. If you look at the top of the kitchen and you'll go to, this is just a bigger picture, keep going down. I've zoomed in to show you where the water did penetrate into the kitchen. Above, you can see all of the buckling. The kitchen is a complete loss, according to Texas Windstorm and according to the photos I'm showing you. Keep going down quickly through the photos of the kitchen. Holes in the wall. We did replace sheetrock, but we did not demo the kitchen yet because we needed to live here. We couldn't be homeless. And so I got quotes for the kitchen as advised. You can go back up to this is the back of a pantry. This is the back of my laundry room. So that's the other side of the kitchen with exposed wires. You can go down a little bit. And you can see, whoops, exposed wires, you can see mold, and if you go up one photo, you can see mold all in that cabinet. So water came all through the kitchen. It destroyed the electrical system, which is behind that wall, which had to be replaced. Yet the kitchen has not been gutted yet. The cost to repair the kitchen, just the cabinets in the house that have not been replaced, $68,000. The quote from Home Depot is in your evidence packet. I don't know if I'll have a chance to get to that. The cost to install that is another around $8,000. They couldn't give me an exact price. Then there's going to be electrical. There's going to be sinks that need to be replaced in bathrooms, in the kitchen, and in the garage. This house had been a custom home. This is the master bedroom. There's no flooring. There's no trim work throughout the house. No trim at all. This is termites that have eaten through the sheetrock in the master bedroom and the master closet. You can see the closet only has just one rod. That's all of the closets. This is the only closet that has a door. The rest of the closets in the house do not have doors. This is the second bathroom. You can see that it doesn't have trim. It doesn't have sinks. It doesn't have the major cabinets that were built in there prior to the demolition. This is the second bedroom. Actually, two small rooms were combined and made a larger closet. Unfortunately, that closet door, I got a quote on that from Texas Wood. It's very expensive. The cost to fix the closets from Home Depot are quotes in your packet, evidence packet. I think it's around $17,000. I'm not going to have time to tell you about all of the quotes, but this house is not comparable in any way to any of the comps because these are the marketable homes. This is an as is I buy ugly house.
Can you tell me the total of the tests that we've done?
And I'm barely scratching the surface of $153,000. It is very emotional for me to go through this. Very, very difficult.
You're still living in the house?
I am living there.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine, that's fine. Okay. Right, you want to, do you have anything else that's real important you want to add to Chip?
The thing I want y'all to understand is that I submitted evidence about the fair market value from the IRS calculations from their revenue rule for post-Harvey. And the fair market reduction, value reduction on this house based on the number of square feet and the classification of near total loss is $368,000. That would have been the reduction in the market value post Harvey per the IRS rule, and I submitted that in your evidence package, 153 pages, different files. The other thing is in the I Buy Ugly Houses, those are generally made offers at 70% of the fair market value less the amount of repairs. So I estimate the value of my house in the $60,000 range. And the land itself is valued at 70,000, but there's no way that anyone would buy that land, the most expensive piece of land on the street, because of the condition of the repair. There's junk houses around me that have been abandoned and did not recover from Harvey for the same reason my house did not.
Were you living in it? Harvey?
No, we've owned it since 2005. We're the third owner. It was a flip to us.
Have you lived in it since Harvey?
We moved, it was 400 days for us to just get the sheetrock and enough electrical to be able to move that company.
Right?
I think it's helpful to see to be real clear about when the photos were taken.
This week.
That's always a good thing to answer. I don't know anything about that IRS declaration of loss. From the IRS declaration of loss point of view, that would mean that if I wanted your house, you would have to pay me money to take it. So that's not an appraisal. They're not giving you an appraisal. They're giving you some sort of loss declaration that may have to the IRS, so it has something to do with taxes.
It's $156 a square foot, which is generally a decent, about what it costs to construct a house.
No, it's closer to $300.
Okay, so then that's really low.
Yeah, that number is a strange number. It's not as strange as the $68,000 for cabinets. That number is, that number's crazy. Home Depot, there has to be a mistake. There's no way anybody on Dana Drive can put $68,000 in cabinets in. Maybe in the reserve, someone could have cabinets that were worth $68,000, maybe. But that's just because they're going to have to pay a premium to their builder, who's going to make them feel like it's magic if they're getting cabinets. But I mean, that's just such a large number for cabinets. In the world of today's construction, you have more than $68,000 worth of damage that needs to be repaired. That's for sure. If that's mold in your kitchen, that's at that seam where the wall meets the roof, I'm assuming that's mold. It looked kind of black in the photo. I mean, that's a problem.
Whenever it's my turn, let me know.
Yeah, you're gonna have more time to talk. I wanted to talk a little bit about the property, make sure I clarified the photos. Thank you for that. Let me just go to this evidence. This is a homesteaded property. So this is a homesteaded property, and
Where is this look? I know it's on.
Dana Drive is the road that is parallels Enterprise,
Yeah.
and it's across from the high school parking lot.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
That's called Peninsula Park. This is the Shady Oaks legal description. We can look quickly. You guys know by now with me doing hearings that when we're looking at a damaged house, I go through our grids really fast. So the first two comps are on Dana Drive. One sold for $245, one sold for $350. They're about the same square footage. One is on Paisano, comment number 3 is on Paisano, sold for $265.
Again, same square, close to the same square footage, rendering a value of median indicated value for sales at 286. We have 247. Guys, on the subject, let's see, is there any reason why that number is low? Just making sure we don't have an adjustment in the account.
You can look at the property card before you go on and see if you have any,
We don't have an
percent
adjustment.
complete.
No. There's not. That's what I was checking for, just in case. In equity, we render a value of 267, 440. And we comp 3 times on Dana Drive for class 4 homes around the same square footage. Let's see, they're about the same age, close to the same age, rendering a median equity value of 267. That's all I have.
Yeah. 4 more minutes, then we'll just call that in.
Jackie, can you open another file that says loss? Because I want to go through a graph that I made you where I graphed out the let's see, near total loss. No, sorry, wrong one.
Okay, there is FMV evidence, protest evidence,
The last one.
repair.
And as far as the cabinets, the $68,000, that's a quote for the kitchen cabinets. That's a very large kitchen. It's a quote, middle of the road cabinets with the hardware, and also for bathroom, installing bathroom cabinets and garage, because the garage has a sink as well. I want to go through the condition of the property with you. I compared it to your comps. The condition of my property is poor. The comps are in very good or excellent shape. I've watched those homes. They've all been fully repaired after Harvey, and some were sold. 2 were sold after Harvey. One neighbor moved out on the 1501 Dana Drive because they didn't like the view around them. They built a fence between our mutual neighbors, and then the new owner built a fence in the front yard. There's some photos you haven't gotten to see. One, there's extensive termite damage in my garage. Can you go down, please? These are all brick homes you're comparing mine to. I do not have a brick home. The flooring is 0% complete. It's in poor condition. It needs restoration. The quote that I have in there is $14,000 to strip the tile and reseal it. The kitchen needs to be completely rebuilt. I have quotes for you on that. Can you keep going down, please? The bedrooms are about 25 to 30% complete. They need flooring. You've seen that. I've given you a brand new quote for flooring. For the other trim work that needs to be done, and I've given you a quote for doors. I understand the prices are high. I can't help that. I don't make up the prices. The other homes have dens, and they have custom built-ins. They're not comparable homes to mine. The built-ins that were in my home were gutted. They're no longer there. I don't even have closet fixtures. There's a quote for closet fixtures that all comes up to $153,000. I cannot help how much it costs to fix my home, but that's what it is. And you're saying $300 a square foot to 2,361 square foot house that's fairly patched together, band-aided together, y'all. My deck is full of termites. The back patio, I'm getting taxed on that as an improvement. Can you go down? No, there it is. It's got huge cracks in it from the trees. The detached storage, if you pull up the photos from the other, they're completely cracked up.
You want me to go to the?
Yes, can you go to the photos? Because we didn't get to all of them. At the very end, you'll see photos, and I want you to see the property surrounding mine. Keep going past the kitchen. Let's get past. This is the outside storage room. There's the outside storage. That's an improvement. Let's show Ray. There's the cement. The outside storage room is gutted. The cement's got huge cracks in it. They're dangerous. This is the deck. It's been completely demolished. I didn't have plumbing for over a month because my sewer had big tree lines going through it. I have electrical outlets catching on fire, and this is the abandoned house that looks out of my picture window. And this is the house next to that where they're storing trash at the front door and a puppy and with Christmas lights. And debris. My neighbors have put fences in their front yard to hide themselves from what my neighborhood has become. Look at the parking in the front yards and the junk that is collected on my street. It is no longer, this is the comp 2 that you have. They put a privacy fence in their front yard. That is the one house that has come back fully. Comp 1, fully repaired. Comp, nice big den, built-ins. Comp 2, beautiful house, fully repaired, brand new kitchen, new cabinets, 3 bathrooms, not comparable at all. Custom patios front and back on comp 3 as well. Updated kitchen, new appliances, bathrooms in full working order, not comparable whatsoever. This is an ugly house that I have. And I couldn't get out of it for what I owe on it.
These were recently taken, so these photos.
These photos I got off of Zillow, but all the photos of my property I took this. Okay.
Like these right here.
This I took yesterday. My poor neighbors probably think I'm stalking them, but that's my next door neighbor, and she just keeps weeds in her yard. I love her so much, and she's also got rotten wicker furniture for 12 years on her front porch that hasn't moved. But this is anyone who would buy my house. This is the view around. Doesn't include the house behind with holes in it and with mold on it. And it's in really, really bad shape. The 2-story behind me. I didn't get photos of that. I was running out of time and emotional energy to do this for y'all.
Is it your intention to repair the house?
I'm doing the best I can. I'm not sure.
Did the insurance not cover all this?
Insurance paid $147,000, 176. I'm sorry. They did give us back what they call depreciation. The increased cost of construction was $4,000. We got totally ripped off. It was very hard to see the damage in our house because it was paneling that had been spray painted over in the flip when we bought it. And so we thought we had sheetrock, and we did not know we had paneling until the hurricane hit our house and we start seeing this. And paneling does not show damage. So those tree inspectors didn't see this stuff. We had to work really, really hard to prove it. But it started to show itself over time because the house was not weatherized and we couldn't live in there. You walk in, your whole face goes numb because in your mouth because of the mold. We had to take it apart to find the damage and then prove it to clear. But then, long story short, I'm not going to get into my personal life, but the claim was over at $176,000, which is way, way short of what we needed. And it only came in small amounts. So,
Right.
Yeah. There's lots of stuff that I agree with. There's lots of stuff that I agree with Ms. Rutledge on. Whether or not someone would buy the house in the neighborhood, 2 people bought on Dana Drive this year. So people will buy, and that house that's on the corner there, that has been like damaged since I was in high school or something like that. It's been damaged forever. That 2-story white brick house that sits on the corner. I don't know what to think about that place. It's been damaged for a very long time. One of my questions, maybe my only question here, is the $176,000. What did that get you?
what did that get me? It got a lot of demo, which was the whole house. It got the exterior had to be replaced, so hardy.
Okay.
Okay, so the side, okay, so we had to peel it back like an onion.
Right, right,
It got new insulation.
okay,
It got electrical repairs. We had to have a new electrical box inside because water came in every opening, including the electrical box. It got plumbing, it got a water heater. Our water heater was blowing off its foundation. It got the gas line fixed. It got what we needed to move back.
some sheetrock back in the house.
No, we got all the sheetrock back in the house except for that outside storage room. We did not demo the kitchen. We did not demo the master bathroom. My husband had cancer, he was dying, and we had to have a functional house.
Yeah.
And we had to move home.
Right. Okay, so demo, insulation, electric, siding, plumbing.
I mean, there's more, front door,
That's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying to see what
a lot.
ended up, where the 176 went. And between the electrical, the siding and the plumbing, that took a lot of money.
Roof and fence.
Sure.
I'm sorry, which, and the fence is large.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
The demo.
doors,
That's fine.
lighting.
The demo is,
Huge.
it is, but it's also a spot where, someone potentially, if you're ever gonna get overcharged, you're gonna get overcharged in demo because it's hard to put up. There's not a receipt. It's a hard place to figure out.
I'm trying not to go back through it. because
Yeah,
it's
I understand.
Really bad.
Jackie, what was the value on the place last year? I don't know. I know that we settled,
It's 173.
oh, we have that.
Yeah.
73.
Okay,
And I just provided just
Brief.
brief photos for you last year.
Yeah.
This is a lot more.
yeah. Yeah. So, given the information that's given, I'll be quick here. Given the information that's given, the district would certainly not think that house is worth $67,000, or and that's why we're in this hearing. The district would say the house is worth 173.80, and that we're dealing with a damaged house again, and that's what I think that's what all I have.
Saying, so you're gonna.
I would say 170, yeah.
Okay, but what about the fact that this house is not complete?
Well, that's $70,000 or whatever that is, $77,000 is me. Just saying it's wrapped up in that.
Okay,
Take $70,000 off of the market value. Because it's a house being lived in without a stay. So,
I'm sorry, so explain to me then, the number that you just said, please put back.
Back to last year.
I'm gonna ask you about another, do I get one?
I think so.
Can you open the one that says,
It wouldn't hurt.
the last one?
To go back to last year.
No, we have,
You never.
Okay, this is, okay.
but Christie, we have a worksheet.
I have bids
Okay,
on there.
all right. We have a worksheet that's been put together that we use quite often, dealing with damage from Harvey. And, what I'd like to do is run through the elements of, construction and things related to the house. And get you a sense of, at least as of the beginning of the year, where you feel things stand in terms of completion, okay? So, for example, foundation, you indicated there's some foundation issues outside and patio and things like that. I know that you mentioned, are there other foundation issues?
I'm afraid to go there, but I'm afraid there probably is because I do have sheetrock buckling in my bedroom. And that's in the front of the house, between the garage and the front door. There's a giant tree. We have 18 giant oaks on our tree.
Okay, but if we were to,
I don't know if there's a foundation issue in the front, but I'm afraid there is. It's sheetrock, new sheetrock.
but at least any identified foundation issues yet to be completed or addressed.
Just the patio is what I noticed,
Okay, and
which is pretty bad.
okay, so the patio is a relatively small percentage of the total foundation, but it is a contributor. Framing inside, so all framing been redone?
No, actually, we had the termite damage that, you didn't see. I think if you go up, well, Jackie, it's not on this one, but, in the garage, we didn't see in the photos, there's massive termite damage in there. Is it possible to show them that? Since he's asking me this question?
You would have to ask him.
Yeah, at this point, I don't need exact, I need your, because.
How much it's gonna cost?
No, I need a percentage of completion of that element. So framing wise, would
Okay,
you say that 20% of your framing issues have been dealt with or remain left to do?
okay, so I would say, 80% have been, dealt with. The garage door needs to be removed and that whole area needs to be reframed to.
All your roofing issues have been addressed. Is that
Correct.
Okay. Exterior wall finish, your brick, you have, it's a brick home, right?
No, it's not brick. We
yeah,
did go back with party and that's good.
Okay. Plumbing, any plumbing left to address?
Yes, there's about, I would say about 15% plumbing left.
Any electrical left to
Yes,
address?
probably about 25% electrical.
Windows and exterior doors.
The windows are good, and the exterior doors about 10% just needs to be reset.
Okay. Insulation,
About 85%. There's one room that needs to have insulation.
heating and air conditioning.
We're good.
Okay. Anything with exterior finish?
Yes, the front patio has, it's called a covered patio. That needs to be completely demolished because the beam that runs down the middle and supports it is eat up with termites running through my house.
Okay.
I don't know how to quantify that.
But primarily things like the hardy plank.
It's all new. It's out.
And it's all completely been, that's completed. Okay.
Correct.
Sheetrock inside, everything.
No, there's some patching, but we're probably about 15% if you count that cover that attached.
That's left to do.
Yeah.
Mhm. Doors, trim, millwork,
100% of that needs to be done, I would say, as far as your millwork and your trim. Maybe millwork, well, door trim about 75% left to do,
Mhm.
100% of the base trim. Doors, about 50%. Closet doors. So there.
Painting inside.
Well, they'll have to be repainted after we patch over, but no, it's all the sheetrock that's painted.
Okay, fixtures inside, rain, shower, mirrors, those types of things.
No, that's about, bathroom fixtures, let's say, what's been repaired, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I can go either way.
25% have been repaired.
Okay. Linoleum
Um,
or flooring.
Flooring, at about,
still have a bunch to do.
Have about 700 square feet to do, to add in on the flooring. And then the rest of it needs saltillo that has to be really cleaned after the construction. They valued it very high to do strip and clean.
Okay, the plumbing and fixtures, I think you said there's still a little left to do in bathrooms and the kitchen and stuff.
Well, if the cabinets go in, yeah, it all has to be redone. Right?
Are you cutting the whole kitchen?
That's what Texas Windstorm said I needed to do, but they didn't give us enough money to do it.
Electrical,
Well, electrical in the kitchen will have to be repaired, and you saw the laundry and electrical hanging down in the kitchen cabinet.
and aside from you don't have any carpet, it's all hardwood or tile and stuff.
It was carpet, but it keeps flooding in there and FEMA won't cover it, so
It keeps flooding, you're saying,
it floods.
still.
No, it hasn't. It has flooded several times, so it's going back with tile so yes, I'm not putting carpet back in. That's a waste.
Okay. All your hardware.
You say it keeps flooding when
Just the slope of the yard, it says my yard on your assessment form, the CAD's assessment.
During
It says
rain?
it's level, it's not level, it slopes towards the house because of the trees.
and is that new or is that?
That's been going on, the whole front of the house flooded in, I think, 707. There's about 20 inches of rain.
Everything flooded.
And-
was the bad year.
It was a bad year and FEMA came out and said, geez, so sorry, we don't cover it because you have a basement. You have a sunken,
Okay.
not covered, nothing.
We talked a little about exterior, but your walks and drive and patio and stuff like that. All
The
of those.
walks and the drive are good. Pedal. They're good.
Grading and landscaping is difficult to quantify at this stage of the game just because we're so far out, but things related to RV.
I have
You any
absolutely-
trees that are still, haven't been.
Have not been trimmed. I have recently removed one that was uprooted heading towards my house. But,
We don't value them either. I'm not sure why.
but yeah, they definitely need to be cleaned up, 18 of them, but
I think the big thing is just, are there trees down that haven't been removed, but at this stage of the game, I think that's.
landscaping, there's zero, though. I have zero landscaping and zero grass.
And lastly, your air conditioner is all of that's been addressed and working.
Yes, we tried to get our infrastructure and it's
Okay, so at least according to our worksheet, I come up with a total of 41% complete. Oh, I understand, right. So just for comparison, because I know we've thrown out several numbers here. One is, the district appears to be comfortable going back to last year's number. Jackie, can we rough in 41% functional and just see what that might do to bottom line, or maybe they can do it there.
Yeah, you might wanna, I have to open a supplement if I do it right.
No, just hold on.
Okay.
It changes the value. To 143,000,
The total.
the total value. That's. You don't need to make a ruling and then give me a second to talk if we're gonna go this route. We'll need to talk. All of us just need to talk and just get something on the table, okay?
But, you're asking me to leave or?
I'm letting you know, you're kind of see the way I think this is gonna go. We need to have a little conversation.
And I still have. a couple minutes. No, or am I done?
It's on, we were still pretty much done, or, you just. You talking about the, you're saying you're leaving, you don't even go, we're just talking about what we want to do here with it. Where.
Yeah, I can't say it. Yeah, there's a lot to do. I'm actually, this is the first time I've worked with numbers like this and it's interesting when you approach it from this perspective.
Number that she's been given. To bring this thing out. I'm not saying they're not accurate, they might even cannot do more than that based on what going on to the economy. I don't know,
I gotta get this.
Me too, I'm glad that you have some of that too.
Okay.
All right. We'll go back to last year's. Account 2022-1156. In relation to accounts, that was case ID account. Three two six nine, that's the thing on the two, which was market and equity value. If listening to the property owners, information and the district, it's the opinion of the appraisal review board that the currently known value of 247,150 be rolled back to last year's value of 107,000. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Yeah, I do want to say something because I feel like this was stressful for you. And so and you have a lot of some people come in here and they're under stress and they don't have anything to talk about.
Right.
You have stuff to talk about.
Right.
You've got issues that are, and this is what the way I'm viewing this is. I don't think in 2023 your place is going to be complete.
No.
So what that means is the stress doesn't get to go away very fast. And so there's always decisions made by the appraisal district on whether or not they're going to leave a large adjustment in an account pulling. In other words, now your home will be low amongst your neighbors. So the appraisal district has to figure out how they want to handle that. And what I'm saying, what I wanted to say to you is, with the way that I think this is stressful, is that this will happen again. This kind of thing will happen again, but not necessarily a hearing, but the way that you presented the evidence, the way that you did the photos, all of this will end up happening again. And in the county, there's about 5 homes like this that are homesteaded homes people are living in, and they have this laundry list of problems. And you're jumping into one. You're one of those now. And so it's the appraisal district cannot make the assumption year after year without getting evidence that the place is still how it is. So this will continue in a sense to be very similar to this.
Fine. I don't have a choice.
I don't think you do either. And sometimes from where I sit, it's better to just give the information, even if the information's not good. I would prefer to just say, this is how I think things will go in the future. And we're just gonna build on top of what we did today, because there's potential from what I'm seeing here for the house to be in substandard conditions for a while.
As long as I am.
That's my concern, right? And so, because of that, and because sometimes people think, well, why doesn't, I'm not gonna go in your home.
Right.
I'm not gonna every year go knock on your door and say, hey, Ms. Rutledge, I need to look around and make sure things are the same. And so because that's not gonna happen, then that means that this kind of thing continues to happen. And you'll just get better at it. You'll get to meet everybody and it'll be less stressful.
You did a
You
great
did
job.
fine. I did do.
I've got it here. I've got it documented. Y'all pretty much ignored everything I said. And that upsets me a little bit. I brought in a lot of quotes that were ignored. I was told to get quotes. Thank you for doing the worksheet and thank you for acknowledging.
Let me suggest, because I'm sure we'll see you next year. First off, did you have any contact with any of the appraisers here?
Yes,
Okay, so you sat down with them? and-
I called and I asked for information and I've talked with Ray and I've talked with Amy. And I wanted to understand all of these different things,
Yeah,
because this is a big deal.
all right. So again, I personally think it's very important for you to come in and, you know, face to face, take some time. Basically have a hearing, only talking with.
We've laid some groundwork.
I really don't want to do that because to me, the appraisal district intends to follow the market and make my house complete every year. And I have to come and prove to you that it's not complete every year. There's no need to do that. You know it's a problem house. And you can assume that it's a problem house as long as I own it, because you know I don't have the funds to fix it. And I've proven that to you. What else do I need to send you? Just put that note on my house and let me go on with my life.
And just as a question, did you protest last year?
I settled with Rick and he was very kind, but then he put the notice that my house was complete and now it's this, you know, what you're gonna get taxed out because we're gonna follow the market. Well, there's one house on my street that's nice, one house. And there's another one at the end that hasn't sold and it's not gonna sell because they love it there. And so you're not gonna get a market price of that. The rest of the houses are deteriorating. Basically, even the ones that have been repaired, but some of those repairs are buckling up.
Well, believe it or not, we try to pay attention to the amount of stress that we give people when they
I know.
when they have to protest. And my concern to you has less to do with whether or not there's a note, and it has more to do with this. County appraisers, people who work for appraisal districts, they're doing mass appraisal. So there's a better chance that your value gets changed in mass without us doing it on purpose, where we just
I know.
take all these accounts and do this. What I'm saying to you now is there's been some groundwork laid. And I'm wanting you to know that even if you have to come back and we have to do this again, you did a good job. I'm sorry it was stressful. There's just the potential for us to have an ongoing relationship.
I understand that, and you've been very kind, but understand that max appraisals, and I don't know how to change this law, but they do not work in a hurricane zone.
Yeah, right. Don't have a hurricane. It's
And you know what I mean?
Yes.
There's, and especially when you have twin insurance. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Who gets this?
Kathy.
Kathy.
We all went through.
I've seen it. It was promoted.
You would I don't recall.
You saw the
I didn't. Quarterly, I was.
was in there earlier.
You can go in and I'll show you.
Just give you a heads up, we got 6 gentlemen who have 2 accounts. We have a Zoom and then we have another in person.
All right.
So
Buckle? Who is it?
Case number 16192 and 16193.
Yeah, it's case number 30 and 31.
Page 2. 31.
Yes.
One's land and one's.
Not.
No. Yeah, she wanted her husband. Time. We're ready.
We are ready.
Well, technically.
Mr. Rubio? Ready?
You ready?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, that's it.
You can sit in the back if you want to.
Excellent. Bad one here. How y'all doing today? Good. I'm like, wow.
Like we were trying to.
Oh. All right. I'm on family time now.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm not in the room. Oh, no, I wanted to, talk to y'all.
Okay.
The panel, what's going on and then
All right.
I'm still swimming too. Hopefully that's the one we'll start on.
Gabriel?
Yes, sir.
Can I call you that?
Yes, sir. You call me that, Gabriel Rubio, however. I may not answer any obscenities, but.
Okay, I have some administrative stuff to go through. And you'll be asked in a minute to swear in. That will help you do that when we get to that point. So we're commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-830. Account number 16192. It is 113 Pocono Cove Road in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and being live on YouTube. We'll verify what's under protest. Online, it's okay, so we have market and equity are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district, but we were appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey, which is there in front of you. The survey is available either through that form or you'll get a copy of it in the determination package. And instructions on how to return it are included at the top of the form. You can also take it online if you'd like. The survey is entirely voluntary. We always do appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So at this point, any evidence that you have that you're going to reference has been submitted, right? Okay. Now, we have, I opened, when we get to the second hearing on your property, I'm not going to run through all of the information again. So we'll just go, we'll open the hearing, go through swearing in and be done with it. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing the affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear. Oh, I'm sorry, Beth actually created a signing or a affidavit for both, so. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case number 2022-830 and 831.
I, Kathy Hoffman, is on swear that I communicated with the person who tax code 41.6 F in relation to case IDs 2022-630 and 2020, I'm sorry, 830 and 2022-31. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F, related to 2022 830 and 831.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F related to case ID 2022-830.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F, referencing case ID numbers 2022-830 and 2022-831.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time. Beth will help you do that. No.
You're gonna read the statement out loud. Yes, that's right.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Gabriel Rubio.
Go ahead, you sign.
So sorry. I think my French
You're
is
fine.
just as.
I regretfully, do solemnly swear from the. Correct, and this is for case number 830 and 831.
Okay, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. I do. It's easier. Over on your left hand there, underneath the survey form is a chart. That's the hearing procedure times. Takes two forms. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time. There's from the left hand side too, is also a copy of that. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first, but you get to make the choice whether you want to present first or the district.
Okay, I guess I could just, I'll just go ahead and.
That's fine.
State my
Perfectly
reason.
fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I have that much. So whenever I just start out, okay, well, very good. Well, Gabriel, obviously, and I do appreciate this panel and seeing me today and hearing me out. I just recently purchased the property, and of course, it had been assessed then, and it had a pretty good increase in taxes prior to that, and coming into this next year, I'm just asking for God's mercy to kind of just leave that land value where it was, being that I know this office has done its due diligence in trying to evaluate that. The current downturn of the markets and things that are happening in our economy, I don't think most of us could ever predicted that. So once again, just asking, I mean, everything else, totally understand, but if that land value is just kept the same. And I think it reflects that in my opinion of what the value should be. Pretty much what I have to say.
So the land, okay, so what account are we doing?
We're doing 16192 right now.
Fair enough. When we talk about this, I'm gonna talk specifically about 16192, but there's gonna be some times when I'm also gonna speak about the next slide under protest, because it's part of our data, really, when we look at it. So if you were to just go to the sales comp and look at comp 1 and look at the subject, you'll notice that our subject value here, market value, is 147. And then it is the comp, right? So it's comp 1. So it sells in March of 21. And you'll notice we have a value of 212,800 on it. So and it's sold for 189. So here's the deal. that difference between market value of subject and market value of comp is land. So our software knows that the land the lot next door was purchased at the same time. So it's combining those two. If it didn't do that, then there would be like this big missing data when you're trying to figure out, hey, how come these numbers are so far off? And it's because it would look like we valued at 140,000 and we paid 189, but the truth is we're valuing him at 212,000 and he pays 189. It's a big difference. And so my opinion is to go to 189 and make sure that both accounts equal 189 for the year.
Quick question, the 189, was it just for,
Both, it was for both.
it was for both lots and the.
It was, that's right. That's why I know we can only handle one account at a time, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to speak on the whole and say, for my opinion, the value should be 189 for the year. And that value can be done in however you want to do it.
So if I'm doing the math correctly, is the total of those two, the two accounts
Yes, sir.
is 212,800.
I believe that's correct.
And your suggestion is that it would be 189.
189. So you have $23,000 you need to bill. You need to remove, and that will get you from 212.
And then one other thing, if I may.
You're gonna, yeah, let them know that you said it.
Sorry. Yeah.
But I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, and I thought when I bought, I did homestead and apparently it didn't happen. I still need to do the homestead. I didn't do that. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I realized that beforehand. I'm like, I thought I did the paperwork, but
Ron suggested just taking the splitting.
Splitting
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
How much are we splitting?
23,000, but
23.
I mean, I don't deal with the numbers after the comma. So I never do. So I just did 212 minus 189, that's 23,000. Divided by 2, what is that? 11.5. That's the way I would handle it.
Ron doing it. Are you wrong?
no.
Okay, I'll do this.
You did the first one.
blank.
I'll do the second one.
I like that number. No.
So the top one, I get the land value of 53.9. If I'm taking 11.5 from, it, right?
So we're just gonna take it off the whole, right?
Yeah. so let's take it off the whole.
Oh, okay, so take 147.
Minus 11.5.
Okay,
Come up with a number and then do the same thing for the next account. And call it a day.
135.9 on the first one. $53.9.
Yeah, I was double checking and you gave it early.
Is it right?
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Well, hang on, do it on just the first one, because I gotta open a hearing on the second one, and
No,
it will just make it.
we were voting. We were signed in.
We swore in, I did not open the hearing.
Oh, you did.
30, not 162. That, and then this opinion on addressing Q1, which is market equity. Based on information presented by the district, it is the decision of ARB to lower the value on this property from 147,400 to 135,900.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. I just want to do a quick thing here. Okay, That closes this hearing. We're going to open the hearing on case ID 2022-831. We have addressed in discussion with the property owner as well as the district issues on this, or concerns about this property as well. I think we're in a position to entertain a motion on this.
The motion on case ID 2022-831 and 16193, which is the one code of road addressing 2122. The thing that the credit review board that the noted value of 65,000 reduced to 53,900.
Second? In favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Gabriel, you recognized and mentioned the importance of getting your homestead exemption in place, and I just wanted to quickly calculate the homestead exemption clearly helps. In your specific case, it would not have resulted in any cap being hit, the 10% increase, okay? But who knows what's gonna happen next year, so just go ahead and make sure to get that in place. Okay, so you understand the two values that we came up with on your two?
Yeah, thank you. Now, if I could ask, could you all give me an opinion? Should I combine the two as just one?
You know, that's a good.
Yeah, you know, and being that my first time dealing with it, so.
Yeah, Jackie, can we look at the land table?
It already is, economy of size.
Okay, great. So the benefit of combining the accounts, or merging them, primarily would help with the land, since one is with the vacant, the other one has the improvements. And at least in this area, it's already been set in the system to consider the land value on both of them as if they were one bigger unit.
Okay.
So I think we've done all we can do in terms of, I don't think there's gonna be any additional effect by,
For future.
yeah, for the future.
Okay.
I take that back. Okay. The answer can be yes, because you're only gonna get the homestead exemption on the property that's got your improvement on it. So by combining, merging those accounts, both will be set up with a homestead exemption.
Okay.
So
It would be moving me to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would. And again, they can handle dealing with the homestead exemption and the merge question.
Yeah, because I was born and raised in Corpus and I knew I was gonna retire here and I'm headed that direction, so I'm all excited.
It's a survey form you take and fill out.
Excellent. I appreciate you all. Thank y'all for your time. Stay each other and pass it.
Yes.
Stay cool.
Yes.
Try.
The next account is by Zoom. And it's gonna be case 1311. Yes.
Oh, you know, it's still morning. I'm just confused.
And then the waiting room.
And just do it, Nick. Let me know when you want me to let them in.
This one we're doing on Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Harper.
Yeah, we can go ahead and let them in.
He's not in there anymore though.
Oh, he's not?
Nope.
Was he just there?
Yeah, and I just put it in it and nothing. There's only one person here.
Huh, okay. I'll try to call him real quick.
Okay. Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Did you get it back?
I think so.
Mitch, can you hear us?
Hold on. Okay, let's try now. Okay, he should be there now.
Can you hear it?
Okay, there he is. You're good, he's there.
Can you hear us okay?
I got you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, very well. Let me go down.
Hang on, I'm getting a call from Rockport from the Aransas County.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, what was your name again?
My name is Mitch Harper and you are?
I'm Scott Waggart. I'll introduce the board here in a second.
Mhm.
Mitch, okay. So Mitch, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your hearing. We are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1311, account number 12159. This is 620 South Fulton Beach Road, apartment 612 in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest. Okay, so market and equity are the things under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So the five of us around the table are comprise the appraisal review board. The gentleman at the end of the table is Ray Presley, who is the representative from the district, and Jackie Pena, who is hiding in the back, driving all the technology, is also representing the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which will be included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. You can complete the survey using that form or online. The online information is how to access it is shown at the top of that form. The survey is completely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback that you may wish to give us. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all of the evidence that you're going to reference today?
Yes.
Excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I regretfully do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that I present to the appraisal review board for the next time appraisal is correct.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming, Mitch, that since we do have a signed affidavit from you, that we are considering you to be under oath during this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay, and that's fine. It's not a requirement. In fact, it makes things easier. In the package of information you received from the district, there should be a chart that is labeled hearing procedure times. Do you have that available?
The hearing procedure time, you said, sir?
Yes, it's a single page chart.
I'm looking.
It's not a problem if you don't have it. It's shows how we're going to run the hearing today.
You betcha. 1 second. My wife is the one that has the organization skills for both of us. So
We have a timer, we can keep you on time.
Yeah, basically, just to start off with, the hearing can take one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both will have equal amounts of time to present, question and rebut during the hearing. However, you get to make the choice of who presents first.
got you. And this will be the first time I've ever done this, and I don't have a preference. I'd be happy to go first or second, either way.
You get to make the choice, and it doesn't matter.
We'll let the county or the district go first, if that's acceptable.
Sure, absolutely.
And just going to say thank y'all for doing this. I can't imagine the tedium and the level of attention to each one of these, and I really appreciate it, and I'm thankful for the opportunity just to be able to share our viewpoints. So thank y'all.
Okay, thank you.
So we're in the Lake North condos. We've talked about these several times. I think we've had less than 10 protests from there, but we've had enough protests from there to remember that we've had protests in the Lake North. I'm going to go a little quick through this. I've looked at Mr. Harper's evidence, and it doesn't have a whole lot to do with what's selling and all that kind of stuff. There's other things at play. So we're going to move fast. And I'm just going to show you guys 3 sales that happened in 21. And in case the dates matter, I'll rattle them off here. So what's the 4th month? Is that April? So April 21, condo sales for 327. June 21, condo sales for 360. And then March 22, condo sales for 375. The appraisal district raised the values in the Allegro North. So then you go, let's see, there's, very little adjustments in these units. When you look, 2 of the comps don't even have an adjustment. One of the comps has a $770 adjustment. There's some uniform data in there. And then we're going to look at some comps that are equity. These are not sales. They're just, or they don't have to be sales. They may be a sale, but they're just, are we treating everybody in a similar fashion? You'll notice that they all have the same neighborhood code, which is 7036-C. And values are 360, 360. And then there's one that is 350. With nothing but zeros. That makes me think there's a chance that that's a not calculating value. That could have been a hearing. I don't know. But either way, the median equity value is 360. That's all I have. No, that's it.
Mitch, you have 7 minutes, 2 minutes if you want to ask for any questions, and 5 minutes for your presentation.
You betcha. Okay. Is my time started now? I just want to make sure.
All right.
Okay, so one of the things that I would say is our first point of data is that we're involved with ongoing litigation. I happen to serve on the board for Allegro North condominiums and know that we have had deals fall through because the unit can't be sold because we have an outstanding potential liability from a lawsuit of $7 million from RMC. As of this date, we have paid legal assessments, and we have another legal assessment that is due August 5th. when you think you're going to sell a condo and you put it on the market, now we are disclosing that. We didn't disclose that before because we didn't have a trial date. The trial date has been kicked down the road twice. It's supposed to take place in Rockport, but even that has the potential of being kicked down the road. This has damaged our ability of our owners to sell. I hear this from our owners in board meetings that they cannot sell because they have an outstanding liability and then the potential of a $7 million loss through that. The assessments that our people have paid are for the trial cost only. That's just our attorney fees. We have $400,000, almost $400,000 in attorney fees to defend ourselves against this, not counting any judgment that possibly could happen. That greatly affects the value of our property. The dates respectively that were given there as of 3/22, we had no trial date. And so that has subsequently changed the vision of that. The property comps, while I understand that the dates of those, we didn't have visibility or an understanding of the trial because it kept getting moved by the Rockport judge. And so not until there was a line drawn in the sand did it become a reality that our attorney began to ramp up, take depositions, and our cost, the meter began to run at that point, hire experts and whatnot. So that's a huge impact for us. Number two, the bulkhead, which my wife included in the package, has not even reached the assessment stage yet, but it will reach the assessment stage. And that is going to be a substantial cost that we are now disclosing to every one of our members that they are disclosing to future sales. This is all due to the damage caused by Harvey. TWIA covered less than 70% of what they should have covered. So we had to pick up the additional from that. Now our owners are going to have to pick up the additional for the bulkhead itself. And they don't know what that number is in right now because we're working with the water district and working with an engineer, but we think it's going to be a minimum of $500,000 in cost as of this point. And then the third thing is I would say is out of our particular unit. Well, I understand that you have some comps that have sold previously. Out of our particular unit, there's 6 units. There's 5 units, I'm sorry. 3 of those 5, 60% have not been finished. They're a construction zone. I'm not complaining, but if you were going to show your property to sell, there you can see right through them. Those are a construction zone with noise or a construction zone with people coming in and out. Our back has been pulled off for 4.5 months. Our deck was missing for about 16 weeks with no deck on the back of it. So we are in a construction zone even as of right now. The other thing is I would say that if you look at the pictures my wife has sent of just the outside, the disrepair of the sidewalk, of the parking lot, you may think it's one thing, but I'm physically showing you what the storm did and then what construction has done to our condo. We are currently in the phase of still catching up from that. The last thing I would add is in the assessments, I understand the assessments are increased specifically over 2021. The problem is in 2017, when it was 166,500, it's increased 71%. The largest single year increase we've ever had has been 31%. There is a 71% increase in between the last 166, not the 111, but there. This is 1.5 times what it was last year in 2021. We're still under construction. We still have outstanding liabilities. That would be the facts of our case of what we've presented.
Okay, so is your unit complete?
Yes, our unit's complete. We got it back February. Our unit is, if you look at that picture that you're showing right there, we're in the top right.
Okay, so you're talking about ones that aren't completed or other units in that
in that complex, that building.
So as you look at that picture, the unit on the right and the unit directly in front of the top of the landing on the stairs is complete. The one on the left, the one on the bottom left, or one on the top left, one on the bottom left, and one on the bottom right are not. You can see right through them. So contractors are up and down those stairs. Contractors are in the apartment on the left. In fact, you see that stairwell that's built right there? We went about 2.5 months with no stairwell. It was a ladder. Okay. The owner below me happens to be super, super wealthy. He paid for that to be done because the condo didn't have money and couldn't do an assessment to get that done.
Okay, thank you.
You bet you. Okay, I can't.
4 minutes, right?
Yeah. Okay, Mitch, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
We don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna ask questions, but let's answer them the best you can in a brief manner, okay?
Okay.
So the bulkhead assessment, you're thinking around 500,000, so about five. Go ahead.
No, sir. I was just acknowledging. I apologize.
That's okay. You're thinking at 92 people or 92 units, that comes out roughly around $5,500 each. Just ballparking it.
I would say that would be yes. Correct, sir.
Something like that, yeah. One other thing that doesn't necessarily require an answer, but thank you for your pictures. Thank you that you took pictures of your building and not another building in the complex. That doesn't always happen. And so thank you for that. Your 70% increase, whenever I look at, you provided some data here. It's just our data, but it's a picture of it, so it was easy for me to look at. The 2017 market value was 240,000, 241.5, and then now we have it at 360. So that would be a 50% increase.
Gotcha. You're right. I was looking at the improvements only because the land value hadn't changed. And so that's what and I apologize for that. Wasn't trying to be disingenuous or misleading in any way there.
What I wanted to make sure in that, by saying that, was that we were going to compare 2017 to 2022. And the reason that that's important is because those are the years when you had a complete condo. And sometimes when people are giving us the percentage increase numbers, they are using 18, 19, 20, or 21. They're using their damage value to give us percent increase, which it kind of skews the data.
You betcha.
You literally have a 50% increase from an undamaged 17 value to an undamaged 22 value, or supposedly undamaged, depending on how you look at it. But that's a 50% increase. What happens to the assessments if you win and collect from the lawsuit?
That's been the number one question that membership has asked.
Okay.
And we honestly do not know. It will go back to the condo. It possibly could go back to the owners, but we don't know that because some people have sold and moved, and our attorney has said, how do you find people that have moved? Some have passed. And so we don't know. This is new water for us to be in a new depth. We're not quite sure of what's going to take place. The suit is against us for $7 million.
Mm-hmm.
So we are defending that. So at best, we walk out of that lawsuit with that. We have a countersuit with the insurance company, but that doesn't, it's up in the air. It's
okay. Thank you for that. I see what you're saying. I thought it was the other way around. I just missed that. Okay. This is you being sued.
Yes, sir. We were sued by RMC. They just real briefly, they bid $1 million. They did no remediation or protection of the property when it was exposed. My wife and I were pastoring at a church in Franklin, Texas. We were on the property within 48 hours of Hurricane Harvey clearing, bringing aid to the community, not just that condo, but to the whole community. And whenever we were there, it was complete exposure, and RMC was hired to seal that for us. They did not do that. They ended up billing us $3.5 million instead of the $1 million that they originally bid. For that, we paid them $1 million. They sued us subsequently for $7 million. That's what's going to go before the Rockport judge sometime in the next month or two, is supposedly we're on the docket. The problem is we get bumped for criminal cases. So the honorable judge there, if she has criminal cases that come up, they take precedence over this lawsuit. And so we've been kicked down the road several times.
Okay, I have more questions, but I want to ask them in my time. So
It's your time. Go ahead.
that's what I thought. Oh, okay. Okay, Mitch, I have two more questions. One of them
Yes.
is, there's a sale in 22 in June. I don't do this bad. In March of 22. Do you have an opinion about that sale?
I don't know anything about that other than the statistics that you told me, and I believe those. I'm not saying I don't. I don't.
This way, in March of 22, what was being disclosed if you were selling a property about all this stuff we're talking about?
None of,
Nothing.
no, sir. Number one, we did not have a legal assessment. So there was no legal assessment out to our group. Okay. So for example, we had a sale here fairly recently that our attorney in San Antonio had to be notified of that, of what to do. And what his suggestion was, at a bare minimum, take the assessment amount off of the value of the property. So he said, at the minimum, do that, not counting any loss. But he said, you have to tell these people moving forward that there is a potential of a $7 million loss. It was largely unseen by our general population of our condo association. And no one was being disingenuous, but quite frankly, until February, the vast majority of our place was still in disarray. And so our board, and I wasn't serving earlier, but our board was in the process of trying to get people in their condos first and foremost.
Okay, I have one more set of questions.
Yes, sir.
It's quick. Are you familiar with bundle of rights? That you have rights as an owner. So you have legally you have rights as an owner. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is always working in the background of all real estate that we own. Be simple.
Okay.
Can you sell this property right now if you wanted to?
That's I don't know how to answer that question. I'm sure I can sell it. The answer is for what? And so I could sell it for below what I paid for it, and I could move that property today. But if I'm going to be open and sincere with the people that are going to buy it, to sign up for a $7 million potential loss, I think that's going to affect the price in a huge way.
Yes, sir, for sure. Can you lease it?
Can I leave? Yes, sir. I could rent it. I could put it in the rental pool, or put it in, I could rent it, do that with it.
Can you use it and enter it?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, and then you can rent it, I'm sure. And believe it or not, one of your rights is, can you give it to somebody?
Yes, I can do all that. Yeah.
I hear you. I just wanted to go through those because there was times where these rights were restricted. One second. There was, I want to make sure he can hear me. There was a time when some of this stuff was restricted. Like there was a time when you couldn't use or enter it.
Yes, sir.
3 or 3.5 year span where you couldn't use or enter it. So I'm just running through this by kind of force of habit with the Labor North, wanting to make sure that I understand what rights you have over there right now. That's all that.
Yes, sir. All those are correct. What you asked, I agree with those. No disagreement from me.
Okay,
Okay,
we're in closing.
Yeah, a minute for any comments or.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that real clearly. Was that directed at me?
Yeah, if you have a minute to close.
Okay. My wife and I have been a part of Rockport for 25 years. We're active there. We love the community. We have certainly enjoyed our property, and we expect the property value to go up. Just because of what's taken place in the community and the beauty of that. So we're not arguing the fact that our property is going up. Our concern is the volume. So whether that's, and it's not whether it is, it's the 50% increase is substantial for the increase from the last time that we had a workable property. I think secondly, our extenuating circumstances, I would just ask you to consider those greatly, because they're far different than what you might get at Key Allegro or at Bay House or Rockport Racket Club, simply because they're not in a lawsuit. They don't have a huge outstanding bulkhead that still has to be repaired.
Thank you.
You bet you.
Yeah, Mitch, I have another question for you. Is
Yes,
your
sir.
wife right now?
Is my wife with me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's my question. We noticed you at 360. What is y'all's opinion on 320?
Let me ask her real quick, okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you what, it's not only a wife, but it's she who must be obeyed, okay? So let me just, so he asked this, he said, this is where we were the last time, so I miscalculated that at 71%, so that's my fault. This is there, he said we had you at 367. What was your number, sir? I'm sorry.
320.
320,000.
It's complete, right?
When it was completed.
February
Oh, when
this year, that's what I understood.
it was after the first. And
Sir,
Yeah,
I apologize. I think that's a roughly a 32% increase, which to me, from the year of 2017, cumulative wouldn't be out of line at all. I don't, I'm not disagreeing with that.
I want to be real upfront with something, okay, Mitch?
Yes, sir.
What I'm doing here is not really my job. But
Okay.
I know there have been other hearings and other decisions made by this board, so I checked what those decisions were. And roughly the decisions, from what I could tell, I did it real quick, 12 to 15%, every one of the Allegra North condos have went down 12 to 15%.
Mhm.
And so I didn't come up with 320. Out of Maple Leaf, I think I put in like 13% or something like that. And I just want you to know that's where that number came from.
Yes, sir. We understand taxes and it goes to a good cause. So I'm not debating that at all. So thank you. I appreciate
I
that.
just want you to know that I checked when I saw this was Allegra North, and I wanted to at least have consistency from the district's point of view. The board can do things how they wish. I'm coming from the district.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
You betcha.
Mitch, as of January 1, you said I believe you indicated you were complete in February. Were you complete January 1 of 2022?
Let me verify with my wife. When did we get into our condo? February, but what year? Was it 21 or 22? It wasn't 22. It was 21, sir, or ma'am. It was 21. February of 21, we got into our condo. It was 3 years, 113 days from
Yeah.
August when Harvey hit. So when we got in February 21.
Thank you, 306.
Yeah, but, and we were.
But he was there on January.
But he was on J, yes, sir.
If he hadn't been in on January 1, I'd have
Yes.
considered, you know, 15%.
Right. He's in it already, yeah.
320, 320 is where I'm at.
Okay, I'll do it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion on the account. Which is, CAD meeting 2022-1311, account 12169, which is 620 South Golden Beach Road, apartment 612. Addressing the Q1 and Q2, which is market and value. It's the opinion that after listening to your presentation as well as the district, that the currently noted value of $360,770 will be reduced to $320,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, make sure you understand the new value.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much. I appreciate you taking time again. I know this is tedious, and thank you for hearing us and listening to us. And we just really appreciate it.
Okay.
Good luck over there.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Take care.
When you face that, you can't see it. I was thinking with it the other day. But that's
funny.
when I look this way, look, you can see the back of my head.
That's true. We have to look this way.
Senior reading, like, is on stage, and they're projecting back. And you can do one of these. So we can try and see what it look like. Yeah.
Where's the other one?
The account number?
No,
We have one more in person.
okay, what is this?
We're still at 10 o'clock.
This is an in person.
No.
Okay, this is 947. 2022, 947. 2022, 943 top. $947.
They're here.
What page is it on?
Page three.
Page 3 top.
Is this the last one?
For this morning, for 10 o'clock, yeah.
I thought there were a couple more. Okay, no, this was it? Okay.
I
I'll
think
take it.
that's
I'm not
right.
going. Right, it's not. It's not asking.
You're gonna be right here at the head of the table. Behind you.
Morning,
Oh, hi, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. How are you today?
Good.
Trying to stay cool.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so quick question, is there any other evidence? Okay, that's fine. All right, and you are
James Roush.
James, can I call you James?
That's fine.
Okay. So James, I have some administrative stuff to run through first,
Okay.
and at some point you'll be asked to swear in, and Beth will help you do that when we get to that point.
Okay.
So we are commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-947, account number 18004, which is 1128 South Magnolia Street in Rockport.
Right, that's right.
This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, and we'll verify this online. Excellent. So market and equity, you're under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So 5 of us around the table is the ARB. And shortly, there'll be a district representative that will be sitting down there at the end of the table. And Jackie Pena is in back running all the technology. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which just happens to be conveniently left there. A copy of that's also included in the determination package you'll receive through the mail that documents this hearing, and that'll be sent after the hearing. The survey is entirely voluntary, and we always appreciate any feedback you may respond. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in that determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I believe that we have all the evidence that you're going to reference today in your hearing. The gentleman at the end of the table is Ray Presley, who is also the representative from the district. The ARB members who are considering this protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from my witnesses must be given under oath, and you'll be asked to swear in now. Beth will help you do that.
We're affirming that the testimony must present the appraisal review board and the branch county executive is true and full.
You can state your name. You can state your name.
James Roush.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear from the testimony that shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, James, I need to ask whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Over on your left hand there, underneath the form, the survey form is a hearing procedure times. This is how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. But you get to make the choice of who presents first.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll go first. Mine is very simple. The two lots up here, the one that faces Magnolia Street at the bottom, towards the bottom in the blue box. Okay, that, of course, is a lot that I, feel is of equivalent value of whatever is on Magnolia Street there. The lot behind, and I also own, which does not have any kind of public access at all. There's not any access from King Street or from Magnolia Street without going through my lot, which is my first 50-foot lot area on there. I have had, now, as I understand, that is divided into two lots, and it's lots 8 and, let's see, 8 and 15.
Seven.
7 and 15. 7 and 15. Okay, and I don't remember which one is facing Magnolia. Would that be 7 or 15? I don't recall which. Yeah, which I don't. Okay, I know that one is behind the other. I do not know which one is 7, which one is 15 of those.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it really doesn't. No, but the thing is, I have had people wanting to buy. They've communicated with me, wanting to. They're interested in the lot in the that faces Magnolia Street, but not the lot behind. If that lot that I have that faces Magnolia Street is, if that one is sold, there is no public access. So the lot behind that it is of lesser value because it is landlocked and there is no access to it. There's not an alley back behind. There was not any access off of King Street. So that's my complaint is that if I do sell the lot that faces Magnolia Street, that the lot behind is really is not value. And I have had inquiries about the lot facing Magnolia Street but to not include the lot behind.
I don't know what you mean by the lot behind. Which one are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well,
There are two lots. It's actually two lots. The line just isn't in there.
So
Yeah, it's not-
18,004,
It's
two lots.
yeah, that's two lots.
So is that pulled together for some reason?
It
I
shows
mean,
it.
but it's only under.
Well, it
one
doesn't,
number?
it's one account,
Yeah, it's one lot
Okay,
and two lots.
but it's deeded and platted as two different
lot, okay.
lots. Okay, lot 7 and lot 15.
And I don't really know which is which, but the one on Magnolia faces Magnolia Street is a equivalent value of whatever the other ones may be on Magnolia State. For instance, the 18002 account. I mean, it's an equivalent value there. But the lot behind, which I have not had inquiries on, is of lesser value. So that is my complaint. Also, I did notice that last year, and I didn't have a chance to do any kind of a protest. I mean, I went from like, I don't know if it was 70,000 to 135,000, which was just phenomenal increase in value. I noticed this year it went down to 120, which to me is still overvalued because of the lot behind. And I have not had any discussions with people who are interested in the lot behind.
Okay, anything else you want to add?
There is really nothing else. It's just if I have a landlocked lot that there's a lesser value when if I am selling to the lot on my bonus rate to a prospective buyer.
You'll have more time in a minute. Right?
Scott, you said that it was deeded as two different lots.
I didn't, I used that term. I
You
did
said it
not
was
know that.
deeded and platted, but you don't know that.
I don't know that. I would use the term. Because
Okay, yeah, I was thinking, what does the deed say?
that's a
But
great
here's
question.
the thing. Is the deed, it doesn't matter a lick. If you have a deed for lot 7 and a deed for lot 15, or if you have a deed that says both, it's not a landlocked lot.
No,
You own the lot.
Mm-hmm.
So all kinds of people own, it would multiple lots in a parcel. That happens all the time. This would be a landlocked lot. The minute you sell the lot on Magnolia, and don't sell the one that's in the back, and if it's deeded like that, then you could potentially do that. If it's not deeded like that, you'd have to actually change
Split it up.
your deed.
Yeah.
I don't know, and the deed hasn't been presented as evidence, and
Right.
it's actually not something that the appraisal district has to present. Deed stuff is on the owner's side of the table. We have to present value and equity. So from a value standpoint, what do we have here? Let's take a look. I don't really know. We have comp number 1. I'm trying to understand comp number 1, guys. I'm sorry. Comp number 1 is a very small piece of land. Very small piece of land that's sold on Austin Street, the 1100 block of Austin Street for $35,000. Or maybe a better way to say that it's sold for $11 a square foot. Comp number 2 sold on Magnolia Street. This is almost the same size. It sold for $119 or $135. And then comp number 3 sold on Live Oak for $70,000 or $14 a square foot. We have an indicated value of $123 for the lot. And then our equity grid is just on the same land table. So it's just balancing out some stuff on Magnolia, showing an equity value of 120,000. The per square foot would be the same, with the exception of the economy of scale. That's all I have.
Okay, James, right?
yeah.
You have 4 minutes to ask any questions you might like to, or comments.
Okay, I guess one question I have, the lots, as I understood it now, the two lots are separate. In other words, if I were to sell one lot, then I would have to apply for a something or go through a process to separate them as far as the
Don't know. I mean, I don't know, and unfortunately, I used the term deed, but it was to try and explain the fact that there were two lots there. So we don't know how that legal stuff is described for this account. Okay. That it may be that you need to do something to separate it. I just don't know.
Also, it's hard for us to make a value judgment. We haven't sold the property. You know, you've had offers and people talking to you, but right now it's not sold. And, you know, obviously, something's gonna have to get done in there. We don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So, but from the stats that are
It's not-
presented to us, property's good.
Yeah, because the people who have inquired about the lot, and of course now, I mean, with the interest rates being what they are, I mean, it's. Yeah.
But why wouldn't you sell both of them?
It's just a very well, the ideal thing is somebody wanting to have a house on Magnolia Street. Now, I don't know that, now this whole parcel is 50 feet wide and 200 feet deep. I mean, it's a very narrow, I mean, it'd be nice if it was a wider lot, but I mean, we're talking about a very narrow lot that goes all the way back. So it's a very, very narrow lot. I don't know what type of use there would be for a lot like that. I mean, obviously you can build a house on, but now you got a whole lot of other land back there, which is not really, I guess, not really, maybe not desirable. I don't know that anybody could build a house that goes way back, and I mean, have a big yard in the back, swimming pool, who knows what else in the back. there.
My lot's 50 wide.
Yeah, 50 is pretty typical. I mean, that's, and that's part of time. Yeah, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
So, we still don't know if I were to sell one of the lots, that I had to go through a process to separate.
It all depends on on your deed work, but you know, all the time, people sell property that has either two deeds, one deed that covers everything, and they're splitting stuff out. That happens all the time. And there's requirements because you're in the city, there could be a requirement for a replat. But it happens every day. You know, it's gets approved and then you do it. But the details of it, we don't know because
That's not.
we're not looking at the deed.
Yeah.
Furthermore, the deed itself, you know, they're no fun to look at. So even if we had the deed up here right now, would we have the time in the hearing unless it was a really plain, simple thing that said, you know, here's your question, here's the answer. There's a chance we'd stare at the deed for 20 minutes and go, I'm not sure what it's saying. Or look, it says it right here, that this was grouped together. That just comes down to the deed work. But I mean, owners can do whatever they want. Obviously, if you wanted to split that, you could. Financially, it may not be a great idea.
No. Yeah. Yeah, see, I thought that the 18004 was just for the identification purposes or the.
Well, in a sense it is.
That,
In a sense it is, yeah. The 18004 doesn't have the legal standard.
right,
The
okay.
deed has the legal standard.
Okay, so legal standard is the lots of 7 and 15.
Right.
Yeah, and those lots could be deeded separate or together at this point. Who knows?
But you know, if I look at the other houses on the street behind you, they're on the same size lot. And they've been able to build quite nice
Now you're
houses.
talking about on the ones that face water.
Yeah.
There are two things in the property code. There are two land segments in the property code. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I'm good with the 120. That's actually what we're talking about here, so. Yeah, that.
All right, case ID 2022-947, count 18004, which is 18 from South Magnolia Street. Addressing market and values.
This is
Value.
One second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
James, I looked at your warranty deed. And it's, they're together. Your deed speaks, you have one deed that speaks to both lots. So they're together.
Okay, I wouldn't.
Which would mean if you were gonna sell them and only sell one, then you would have to go and get a replat done because you're in the city. And you would have to split. And, but as you're set up now, if you're gonna sell, it's gonna be simple, then you would sell both at the same time. And that would just be this deed, goes to another deed, and it's different names at the bottom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
What time is it? Well, boy. Let me get things out. Yeah.
Yay.
Let me double check and see if 1 o'clock. Oh, that did? Okay, well, I assume we're,
Already tired.
well, I assume we have stuff at
Oh, yeah.
1:30, that's really gonna happen, 1:30. So.
We don't have a district.
If y'all wanna start and open, you can. Well, you have to call this person.
I know, I got the.
Yeah.
The protester is a phone?
Sorry.
You know how worried they get.
I think it's not working. Hmm?
Well, is this Judy? Yes. Hi, this is the appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing. Hi. Hi. Hold on a second.
Judy, I have some administrative stuff to run through first before we start into the details of your hearing. Okay, so just hang on a second. This is we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1096, account number 61889, which is 608 South Magnolia Street in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. We'll verify what's under protest.
Market.
And market and equity is under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form that's included in the determination package you'll receive in the mail after this hearing. You can also complete it online, and information about how to do that is included at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in that package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So we have pictures and other stuff. Do you have any other, all your evidence has been submitted, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering this protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I Kathy Hoffman, who's on where the communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Roland McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. Yeah.
Okay, I'll testify from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I'm assuming that since we have a signed affidavit from you, Judy, that we are considering you to be under oath for this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And Judy, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. In the package of information you received from the district, there's a chart, which is a single page chart that's labeled hearing procedure times. Do you have that available? Okay.
Yes.
That shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both will have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first, but you get to make the choice of who presents first.
I don't exactly know what I'm doing, so y'all can go first.
Okay.
The district has 5 minutes.
You're right.
Okay, so this is account 61889, single family residential home on Austin Street between Austin and Magnolia in South Rockport. Excuse me.
It's on Magnolia.
Yeah,
South Magnolia.
yeah, the address is Magnolia. And the house is a 3 NBL. You can see it's an effective age of 1969. It's not too big. There is the bulk of the value of this property is in the land. The building is only contributed $66,000 to the total value of the property. The neighborhood got an adjustment this year. This property didn't really see much of a change of any sort, but the neighborhood got an adjustment change in the improvement adjustment. Their land table did not change year over year, but all of South Rockport was adjusted because of the increasing numbers on sales and volume of sales. So let's look at those sales. The first one is on South Church Street. It's also a 3-class home, originally built in 1960. When adjusted to be like the subject, it indicates a value of $251. The bulk of the positive adjustment is going to be, again, in the land, not the building. The comp number 2, kind of similar story, 3-class home originally built in 55. When adjusted to be like the subject, it's 233. If they were on the same size lots, the subject would be probably less. It would just be net negative adjustments, but it's the big difference between these is going to be the land value. And then comp number 3 is another home, kind of, wow, very updated 3, but it's originally built 1950, effective age 2000. And that one indicates a value for the subject at 265. So our median is 250. That's what we expect this house to sell for this year. Our equity grid is not sales. These are just to see if we're appraising the subject abnormally or unequally compared to other things we're appraising. And we have other homes in this neighborhood that are 3-class homes, and some are actually across Church Street. The indicated median value is 228, in excess of our notice value of 217. And then there's a sales ratio report for South Rockport. That's pretty much it. The only thing that changed the value is everybody's improvement value went up a certain percentage, like 145 to 160 or something like that this year. That's it. That's our evidence.
Okay, Judy, you have 7 minutes, 2 minutes for any questions, or 5 minutes for your presentation, or just 7 minutes altogether.
What's a 3-class? What was you saying? A 3-class
So our
house or something like that?
Our residential homes are graded on a scale of 1 to 7, 7 being the absolute best type of house and 1 being the worst, something homemade shack. The middle of the road would be a 4. So a 3 says that it's slightly below average. It doesn't mean that your house is like worn out. It means that it's probably not, it's probably just a square or a rectangle. There's not a lot of design features to it. Probably doesn't have any kind of a lot of elaborate porches and that kind of thing. Just a very simple type building.
Yeah, most of it is cinder block, and I'm guessing before we owned it, somebody closed in a garage or a carport, so that end of it is not cinder block, it's now a hardy board. And you know, it needs painting. We didn't paint it after the hurricane, we just did the repairs, we did not paint it, but they're living at the coast, there are some repairs that need to be done, both inside and outside, just from, you know, natural wear and tear and stuff like that. That's what I sent you pictures of.
So we have the pictures.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
So you said you indicated you had a termite problem?
We are trying to take care of that right now. The first thing was I don't know how we got fire ants in the attic, but about a month ago, they were coming out of our electrical outlets, and we called an exterminator, And he came and they were all up in the attic and then he sprayed. And then we went back down there and they were still there. So he came and sprayed again. And I think now we've taken care of the ants, but he wanted to wait till the ants were taken care of to do the termite, job. So we are now gonna fight the termites. We have those, I've sent some pictures of the, like the trails that go down the wall where the termites are. So we're gonna have to address that next, but we were fighting the ant problem first.
No, the termites in the whole house or just in one area?
I've seen them in the bedroom that's at the end where it's not cinder block. And then I've seen trails in the kitchen area and I've seen trails in the bathroom that's next to the kitchen area. So I don't know. We haven't got that far with the exterminator yet.
You don't know if they're gonna tent the house or not?
I don't know if they're gonna do that or not.
Typically don't do that anymore. Well,
It's rare.
it's, yeah, it's, yeah, it's just, it's hard to, it's kind of a. Yeah.
Okay, anything else you want to add, Judy? You have some more time?
No, I mean, I sent in the pictures of everything that I thought needed addressing. Pretty much it's just what I sent you in.
Okay. Well, what the district have there?
Also, the lady that lives next door to us is next to the hotel next at the end of the block. And that hotel, I don't know, let me say it's not the most reputable people that stay there. And I don't know if that has anything to do with the value of our house because we live right by the hotel, or I don't know what y'all's view is on that.
Okay. Amy?
No, don't really have anything to do. Nothing to rebut. Nothing to rebut.
Can we see a little further now?
Do what?
On the picture, oh, this one shows
The
where the
hotel right here.
hotel she was talking about.
Which hotel?
Hunt's Castle.
It
Oh, no,
used to be
you're
called-
looking at the.
No, this is the one that they just,
Yeah, that's Siobhan Reed.
Shabam Reef.
Yeah, what's it called?
Yeah.
Siobhan Reed. Siobhan and his son.
Oh.
It's a little mom and pop motel. It used to be the Royal Wheel.
And then across the street from us and over one house, we have it's one building with 3 one-room apartments, I guess they could call them. And they rent them out full time to people, but, again, it's a one room, it's basically one room. And they're all one building, but 3 rooms, but they're not separated. And it's like 3 different renters in there all the time. So those are all rental properties right there too. And again, it's not a very high cost, rental, I guess you could say. They're like for low income people, you know.
Okay. Amy, you have 7 minutes.
Oh, no, I don't really have, there's nothing to rebut.
No, it's, yeah, that's your time.
Yeah, I think, yeah, a couple of sales and or equity grid. I would just be repeating.
Do trees have anything to do with it?
No, we don't put any value particularly in trees. Trees tend to contribute
Okay.
value to the whole neighborhood.
Okay, I just asked because we had to have 2 of them cut down because of the, freeze.
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
We're going to go to the next.
Yes, we did. We did go through.
You already did that?
Yes. I was wondering why you kept asking.
Okay, Judy, do you have any questions for Alan?
No, I mean, I've presented everything that I can think of. I don't think I have any more questions.
Alan, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I don't see anything that we can offer here to, if the neighborhood adjustment was metered, it's just depreciating through time, so.
Yeah. According to.
Everybody is talking about property.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
You're gonna make a motion on your property, which is case ID 2022-1096. Account 61889, which is 6L8 South Illinois Street. We've been listening to your evidence and the evidence presented by the district. It's the opinion of the Fair Review Board that the currently undervalued $213,630 should stand.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Judy, you understand the result?
Yes, you're not gonna change it.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you for calling.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
You must, you don't have anything to say. You say, no, I'm looking at him like, you're not gonna say. Say anything. We are all, I'm kind of thrown off on this morning.
Yeah, I know, I kind of
Really,
really
yeah. It's like, I kept
You think you're in the 10 o'clock slot right now.
Yeah.
You have another one?
Oh, yeah.
Three more.
Oh, there's one person.
Take a deep in the door.
Oh, that was funny. I have to say that was funny.
That was, I was reading it in a
She
negative
said-
way.
No, we had 3 more interest. They were over the person there. Like, oh, why is
Yeah, like. These affidavits, you know.
They do a phone hearing too. There's a Zoom waiting.
Yes.
Oh, another, oh, Zoom.
Yeah, just remember where the camera is. I know. Well, it is, you face it. I know. Talking to it, so it's talking.
It was like, what was the movie? It was one of the Die Hard movies. Bruce Willis, Luke Green, Die Hard. Right?
Oh, yeah, that's the last
Actors
one.
and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's putting his hand over the camera. Thinking, the guy says, put your hand on the camera, do not mute the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here he's.
That we're not gonna have any more.
Yeah, what's his problem? He's having a health issue.
Yeah, and I forget what.
It's an aphasia, apparently. Yeah, his brain has been affected. So the words he wants to say, think he's saying, they're not coming out to something else. And it's apparently affecting his behavior too, so it's. Yeah.
That's not wrong there.
All right, 352, 2022.
They're on Zoom. That's top of the page, right?
Yeah, one.
Yes.
Yeah,
top of the page.
Okay, she's there.
One six.
Page 5, 19672.
She's on mute though.
On the top of the page, page 5, top of the
Yeah.
page,
Where we were, yeah.
on the top of our last one.
Can she hear us? Can you hear us? Okay, I just got her to unmute. I just asked her. to unmute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
Good.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. And it's might say my son's name, Hudson England, but I'm Kathy
You're Kathy.
Blackburn.
Okay, Kathy. Okay, Kathy, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your hearing. And let's see here, we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-352, account number 19672, which is 1030 Airport Road in Rockport. About 1781, I think, yeah. Okay, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And I see we have an online protest submission. So we have market value and equity under protest. Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form which is included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing. Or you can complete an online survey, and information about how to access that is on the form that's in that determination package. The survey is entirely voluntary, however, we appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I just need to verify that you have submitted all of your evidence.
Yes, it's written out on my affidavit of evidence.
Excellent, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I'm Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I'm sorry, was it Andrew Sullivan?
I'm sorry?
Andrew Sullivan?
No, the gentleman that spoke,
Yes.
Ron McCann.
Ron McCann.
How did I get Andrew? Okay, thank you. Rob McCann.
I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Kathy, I'm assuming that since we do have a signed affidavit from you, that we are going to consider you to be under oath during this hearing.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
I am in Berkeley, solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Kathy, I need to ask whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. In the package that you received from the appraisal district, there should be a chart, a one-page chart labeled hearing procedure time. Do you have that handy?
No, sir, I didn't receive a package.
Okay, the way this hearing is going to be conducted
We
is,
need to make sure that she received the package. Hold on.
yeah, we're doing a check here real quick. So let me ask, did you got a notice of hearing, correct?
In my email.
I see. Okay, hang on, they're checking some stuff.
Mhm. Yeah.
Are we gonna? Police or we're gonna-
Yeah, I just, I was gonna look at it.
Okay. You'll hang loose for a minute. We're checking on what might have taken place.
Okay.
I don't know on online stuff. If whether those go in the same email or separate ones. I just don't know. Pointed to it and then I lost it. So it's published to the portal and not actually emailed?
No, she was online, so they sent an email from the portal.
Yeah.
As evidence. of it.
Okay. And I'm looking here, the notice, the notification letter of hearing or the hearing notice of hearing. Is that one of these?
I know, the representative, BlackRock, what's your name, ma'am?
Kathy.
Okay, Kathy, in regards to the, and I don't know if you're to this point in the questioning, but, in regards to hearing both, accounts today, the district is in agreement that they can do both hearings right now. From the scheduling standpoint, I know that there's only one, but there was a reschedule. And I believe Kathy, do you want to do both today?
If possible, and just because I didn't receive that packet, I don't care. I only have so much evidence that I can go over with you guys.
Well, yeah, that's a different issue. The first issue was, the person, BlackRock had, 2 hearings, scheduled for a previous day. They had a reschedule. For whatever reason, in our system, we only saw one because of the way the word is BlackRock altogether and then Black Rock, black hyphen black space rock in the deed. Having said that, we are in agreement that she absolutely, because we have the evidence, we're prepared to listen to both cases today. So the district is under the opinion that we can hear both cases. As far as the evidence that we provided both evidence packages to the property owner. I think that's what Beth was trying to show.
Yeah, she was pointing out where.
Thank you, Kathy.
Sure, thank you.
Oh, did you mean?
Well, okay, either you or Val, probably Val.
Okay, okay.
If we hear the second, protest, we just need to know, or make sure it gets on the tablets and stuff like
Oh,
that.
the swearing in, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but that's the reason we're doing an open meeting, that we're in agreement, she wants to do it, and then if you're okay.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, that's fine. The only,
Go ahead, go ahead.
the only other question, Kathy,
the fact that you didn't receive the evidence package on either hearing, on either account, I assume, on either protest?
No, sir.
Okay, now, there will be evidence presented by the district. You'll be able to see, well, from the camera, it may be difficult to ascertain. Is that a problem for you? We'll talk through the sales and equity. Okay, fine.
In reference to properly delivering evidence to the subject property owner, we have provided you evidence, that we have provided with evidence.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just unaware. I didn't know how this works in terms of how evidence was emailed, or, you know, if the email references a link on the portal that has the evidence.
If they go
or-
online, that's what happens.
Yeah, if it's an online protest, then they're prompted every time they have a communication from the district.
If they get an email.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what we're providing. This is kind of a shot of that. It's showing you that these things were emailed.
Right.
That's why the evidence package.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand. I was just more concerned is where the communication broke down, you know, whether an email address was messed up or.
But she got it.
She got the
She
notification.
stated she didn't receive the evidence package. So that's
Okay,
what the
yeah.
question was.
Yes, and there's no problem with us, you know, giving, I mean, if you wanna, I mean, Beth can like try to give that to her right now. I mean, for that, can you verify your email address, Kathy?
Yes, it's terrible. Are you ready?
Yes.
It's K, all lowercase. It's K as in Kathy, B as in boy, E as in egg, N as in Nancy, G as in girl. So it looks and sounds like kabing, and it's twice, kabing at hotmail.com.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. We'll attempt to send that to you again, because Beth can do that right now. I mean, if we're all just in agreement that we can put 3 minutes together and go do that, along with Val getting the second hearing uploaded to the tablet, we can proceed. Right?
We need both evidence.
Yes, both accounts. Just send them both. I mean, you indicated you didn't receive either. No, we don't need, I believe we made the case that we delivered it timely
Yeah.
to her. And I believe, I don't know this, but I believe that me showing the ARB that proves that we did that timely. So
Yeah, right.
we're just willing to accommodate this today.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. So we have two choices. We can go ahead and proceed, and while, you know, in the next couple minutes, they'll hopefully get that evidence sent out to you. Or we can wait until they send it and you.
Well, let's proceed.
Okay, great. That's fine. So now we're at the stage where, in the information, that you would have received as a hearing procedures chart, which just shows how we're gonna run the hearing. It takes one of two forms, either the protester can present first or the district can present first. Each of you have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first, but you get to make the choice of who presents first.
Okay, I would like for you guys to present first.
Okay,
Okay, this is account 19672. Excuse me. It is technically speaking, it's an RV park or mobile home park, but it currently is vacant. If I'm correct, there's nobody in it, it's not being used for anything. It was purchased in 2020. We do not know what the purchase price was in 2020. And there's a note saying that it's currently listed for $875. Last year it was certified at $376,920. This year it was noticed at 300. Last year it was 216,840. This year it was noticed at 376,920. The bulk of the value, really all the value of the improvements, is that there are 12 RV hookups. We can call them commercial trailer pads here, but they're primarily the utilities that go to the sites for either an RV or a mobile home. That's $120,000. There's only $790 outside of that. To any kind of buildings. It says that there's a pole barn on it or something, but it's probably fallen down at this point. The land is on the airport road land table, which did change this year. The unit price went from 15 a foot to 40 cents a foot. That's all the value change year over year with their land table. To comp this, because it's actually its highest and best uses as an RV park, it's comp with RV parks. So the median indicated value when made to be like the subject is 377,605. Our RV park sale ratio is pretty good. This is just going to take off all of the other stuff that's not the hookups, because the subject basically has no, clubhouse or anything like that, or concrete. The next is the listing, and the listing says that it is 14.7 acres and comes with 12 existing RV connections and is permitted for an additional 11. Includes utilities and stuff. There's no, the other 11 are permitted, but there's nothing there for it. So we only have the 12 that currently are sitting there. They're actually there. The equity grid is other places, small little places with RV sites on it like this, land with just some trailer pads. The equity on this is going to be pretty tight as well. It's exactly the notice value actually, because when there's nothing but land and trailer pads, it's going to be pretty much a flat calculation. And then the last bit is the sales ratio report for RV parks and mobile home parks, showing our sales ratio is 1.00 for the last 2 years. And that's it. That's our evidence.
Okay.
You have, Kathy, you have 7 minutes if you want to question Ann or to make your presentation.
I have my sales contract, if that would help show what we purchased it for, because it's way below the value. And then also, since we purchased it in 2020, we had to tear down the shed and the pole barn. They are no longer there. And I know I paid taxes on those before, but I neglected to tell you guys, or someone didn't see that they haven't been there. So whatever makes it easiest for you guys. And then we also had all of our meters and copper and everything stolen. So nothing's there either to have anything functioning unless you have a generator. But I feel like our value is still at or below what we purchased it for, which I can forward my sales contract to you if you guys need it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're never going to turn down data. And we're like data sponges over here at this point.
Well, does that affect your ruling?
I don't make a ruling. The board's going to make a ruling, but
Right.
I just wanted.
It's private. I don't want to share it if it's not going to help me. And if you don't let anybody know what we paid for it outside of the hearing, correct?
Well, the hearing is an open meeting. But anything that's done at the hearing is completely 100% public. But I also, at this point, that's 2-year-old sales data. We're not going to do very much with it. The pending sale that will happen when it gets sold has a lot more bearing on what the market's doing this year.
Right.
Than the one 2 years ago.
It's not going to sell. We don't want to really sell it. My partner has it listed for
you
a
paid
crazy price.
for 2.5 times what you paid.
Right.
Repeat what you said. Y'all were both talking at the same time. What did you say? Kathy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were speaking with me. Well, based on what you read on the bottom of my statement of facts, all of those show how much the property has been depreciated since we purchased it, and we had to tear down those 2 buildings. They are no longer there, and they haven't been there. So that correction needs to be made for sure.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Like these are just small buildings, and yeah, we just didn't see them. $720 of value. No.
Right. And then we also do not have our meters, our copper wiring. Meth heads came in and stole everything. I filed a police report. It's happened twice.
Yeah, and that is, yeah, it's a legitimate problem. So So there is, are 100% of the sites, they were all broken
They
into?
were all vandalized and stolen, yes.
That's terrible. Do you know what the condition is of the septic at these units?
I just had to redo a permit with the county, which I complied with. But there's one septic for a park model on the left-hand side of the property. I do not know about that condition, but it was in working order before the gentleman we purchased it from passed away. And then the commercial septic is in compliance, and that's all I know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything, really like.
Oh, and
granular.
I can give you
How-
the name of the septic company that did my certification if you need that.
No, I just wanted to see, you know, are the sites completely 100% scrapped? Or do you?
No,
need
they're
to-
not. No, they are there. They just can't function because we've had all of our electrical stolen again. You'd have to
Yeah.
bring a generator, which is what my dad used to do. So
Yeah, so they're definitely, you know, in diminished value, obviously. They need stuff done to them.
oh, and I have pictures in my phone because I took pictures before and after. So that would help. Anyway, I didn't know I was going to get robbed, but I have pictures of all the meters and then I have pictures of the vandalism.
No, pretty much, we're just gonna believe you. I mean, it's not too hard to imagine that somebody broke in here and did that. So anyways, I'm just saying the, you know, what percentage of the $10,000 per site is electrical? I don't have anything great to say.
Oh, it's crazy, especially right now.
It's, I think the value of the trailer pads right now is something between $0 and $120,000. So. Why would it?
There are no, just so you know, there's only one concrete pad. That was the park model.
Certified, which is, that's good. That has value. But yeah, I mean, they're not useful. They're not useful. So I don't know. You know, this is just a matter of opinion. You know,
So basically, when you're looking at a trailer pad, you're looking at a spot that has electric, that has septic and water.
Yeah, the vast majority of the value comes from the septic, because if you can't hook up the septic to it and you have electric and everything, people go somewhere else. The big thing is being able to park it and not having to drive it somewhere. You just need an electric.
Well, the septic is more valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, you know, you wouldn't want just septic and no electric, you know, they've got to get them to work. So it's like, where it's kind of like a house, right? The house is damaged. There's something there, but how much would it sell for? The reality is it wouldn't sell because it's a damaged or an incomplete house. This is essentially, at this point, a damaged or incomplete RV park.
How about the Janet had a pole barn and something else?
$1 million.
Are they on here for new price?
Yeah, for $720, and they're 34% good. They should be falling down, not surprisingly. That's all right.
Consideration of that plus whatever the value.
Yeah.
And is there water at each of the spots?
If you had electricity, the well would pump water over there.
But since there's no electricity, there's no water.
No, sir.
So you can park your RV, pump your toilet and sweat.
So would it be worth half the value?
I was gonna say somewhere between 30 and 50%.
Yeah.
240.
That sounds good. The 40% of them.
Yeah, or it's
Or off the value.
12 slot. There's 12 slots. So there's a number of ways. I'll let you guys elect it.
40% of the 127.
And I think I interrupted you guys.
Because the 790s, the buildings that need to be removed.
Okay, so we've got.
Say it again.
So it'll be-
120,790 minus.
No,
No?
the 790 is the building that we're gonna take
Okay,
off.
so we're-
So just do the percentage off 120.
And how much, 40?
Take it to 40 again.
You're taking 40, so you're leaving 60.
No,
So 60.
we were gonna, I think we're gonna.
You're leaving 60.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 60 times.
Would you give it 328?
It's more than. So when we're saying
Okay.
140%, we're talking about 40% of 120 or 40% off.
Oh,
That's 72.
I was doing 40 up to 120.
That's what I
Yeah,
did.
okay, so that means it's 60.
72,000.
1.5, yeah,
should be an even number.
times 0.6. 72,000.
Yeah, 72,000.
Yeah.
And you're adding it to
To the land,
56?
yes.
And subtracting 720.
No, because the 720 is already.
So like 328, 130?
Oh,
Not.
Is that what you got? 328, 130? 356, 130. Plus 72,000, right?
3.8, 130.
Yes. Okay.
328.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing why I didn't see as much is because the land is so overpowering.
Yes.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Well, you're right. 328, 130. Yeah, the way it is.
Make a motion on case item 2022 that 2. Count 19872. 2030 is below. Addressing market equity value. Hearing from the property owner and the district. In the opinion of the Trailer Review Board, the currently noted value $376,920. Is 328,130.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Kathy, did you hear the value that we came up with?
No, sir.
Okay, 328,130.
Okay, if I would like it lower than that, what do I need to do now?
Well, you have the option to appeal, and information about how to do that is in the determination package that you'll receive.
Okay, I would like to appeal.
Okay, and that's outside of anything that we deal with.
Okay,
Okay?
understood.
All right, so that closes that hearing. We're gonna move on to your other account. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-354. Account number 15404, which is 2248 FM 1781 Rockport. Okay,
This is just raw land.
yeah, okay, so give me a second here. We just need to swear in on this case, all the rest of the information about your evidence. Well, let me double check. So first, we're gonna swear in the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone about this protest and we're all signing affidavits. Sorry. I didn't think. I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.667. Okay, sorry.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.667. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.667.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Peggy Bergen, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
Okay, and all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Kathy, again, I assume that since we have a signed affidavit from you, that we're considering you to be under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I am Berkeley solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to your favor review board and the favorable is true and correct.
all right, so I just want to double check on your evidence that we do have a couple of pages of evidence in your affidavit. Then there is nothing else that you need to submit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so would you like the district to go first or would you like to go first?
You guys to go first.
Thank you.
Okay, this is property ID 15404 in the parcel of vacant land at the entrance to Rattlesnake Point Road on 1781. The property was, right, the last time it was a weird number. The last year it was certified at 311,550, and this year it was noticed at 311,800. Changed such a tiny amount. Like there is a change in improvement value. This is mostly land. There's a pole barn on it. It's $500. I don't even know if there really is still a pole barn on it. I can't really find it in the picture. In any case, the property, it says was last purchased in 2020. We have 197,315 for the purchase price. It's currently listed for 1.25 million. The property card shows that it is 20 acres on the nose. So it's 20 acres of land. The sales grid, so there's.
Hang on a second. I'm trying to catch up with you. 1.25 million.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a
I'm sorry.
little listed.
Okay, thank you.
So the current, the comps for sales on this property are, on East Sagebrush and North Salt Lake Road. If we look at, since this is a land grid, we actually don't have to look at the improvements. You can look at the line says adjusted sale per square foot. You can look at it per acre at this level, really, but it's, let's see if we have it on acre value. We do have it on acre value. So let's look at the acres. It's 13,900 an acre was the first sale. The next one was 18,000 an acre, 21,400 an acre, 43 an acre, and 16,000 an acre. We have the subject noticed at 15,553 an acre. So none of these, except for comp one, are less than the noticed price per acre. So we would expect this property to fetch 450, pretty much 450 on the open market. Somebody be doing as good as anyone else. The listing follows, and I just wanted to point out that I do agree that the best thing to do with it is it says residential community, multifamily, or commercial development. That's what's going on all around us. It's next to Pearl Point. There's apartments going in. There's apartments going in on Rattlesnake Point Road. There's housing development going in back behind this thing, kind of in the woods. That's definitely the destiny for this piece of land. The equity grid, these are just other properties in the area. They're not sales. And our median indicated value for this is 311,795, $5 below the notice value. And the sales ratio report is for the whole region out there by Salt Lake Road and Copano Cove and that whole area that used to be the Coleman Fulton Pasture Company. And we're at 99%. So the land value, I don't think even changed this year. That's it. That's our evidence.
Sir, will you repeat what you guys had for your acreage per acre price? It was 15,005 something.
Yes, give me just a second. I just tapped out of it. 15,553.
Okay, 15,550 even.
Yes.
Okay,
No, sorry. 15,553.
53, okay. Okay, then you guys have my evidence. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
Okay, did you read what's been going on with the road construction and the drainage and what it's done to the property? I don't know if anybody's been out there. We used to be able to walk it. Now you cannot. It's rutted so bad and it has created even worse problems with rats. We have a rat and a snake infestation. I haven't been out there in a month because I haven't been able to walk it, and the guy that was going to shred it is unable to get on the property without damaging his shredder. We lost all of our trees in the freeze, any trees that were of any value. And our valuation also should be at the 20 acres total, not at 5 acres and 15 acres. So I am submitting that it needs to stay at the same value. It's gotten worse than when we purchased it. Have been no improvements. And that little building that's on it is a liability. I just have to find someone that's willing to go on the property and tear it down. It's not a building. It's like old metal tin that's kind of cool, that's patinaed, but it's just, you can't even call it a barn or a building or a shed.
So her, the 2020 value is 2020.
Okay, in her evidence.
And we do not have any utilities to the property or water or sewer.
In her evidence, the,
Oh, 211, 280?
yeah, was the 2020 value, she says.
Yeah, it's pretty much stayed the same.
I think I would be.
I'm confused about the 5 acres and the 15 acres.
And I don't go in 20 acres on the property card.
Yeah, but she's saying.
It's two segments and they're both done at the same rate, right? Oh, I think that was an adjustment on.
You want to look at the other one? Okay.
Interesting. I don't know if it affects it that much. So, Aaron, I see two land segments. 15 acres with a 0.8 adjustment. Wonder what that's.
Anything, an adjustment for flooded land.
So there's two parcels or
No,
it's separated, 5 acres and 15 acres. The 15 acres has a flood issue.
Yeah.
I would say 311. Because the barn, she said, is just useless and we could take that off.
Well, also, I mean, talking about the infestation of rats and snakes.
I have a picture of the barn if you need it. It's not even a barn. We shouldn't even call it. It's like a lean-to.
We can see a picture in the property card, which looks like it's right on the, if it's what you're talking about, it's right on the edge of the property. There's a gate right next to it.
On Carroll,
Sorry,
it should be on Carroll Lane, I believe. I think, and then
we can't tell from, and maybe from the picture you can see it, Carol Lane.
Am I on the one?
No, you're on the right one.
I think it's that.
Yeah, right.
That's where it's at.
That picture from 97.
Yeah, I'm.
was doing better
The blue line.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
You can see it.
So did you say that you would be satisfied with last year's value of 311?
No.
no, ma'am, 211.
I'm sorry?
No, ma'am, the previous year, 211.
2020.
Yeah, the previous year was 21 and
Or 2020, the previous year of 2020.
20.
Correct, because the property it has unusable land now since we cannot get on it because of the drainage issues and the ruts that have been caused from the construction.
You guys would-
What was the first one, 216?
No, 211,
211. 280. What it was in 220. Yeah, but what about 21?
it was technically,
No, was the land in the same condition, in 2021 as it is now?
It's worse now.
Worse in the respect of what?
Since we purchased it. It's worse than 2020 and worse than 2021.
worse in what respect?
Because of the drainage issue, the construction, the ruts, the trees we lost due to the freeze. It's a mess.
I'm trying to visualize. I have observed some of the flooding issues that exists in that area. But I'm not aware of what you're alluding to from the construction perspective.
Well,
I know they tried to do work to mitigate some of the drainage, some of the flooding problem.
I'm not in construction, but I don't know if the clearing and building of the property behind us as well off McClester has caused us to be a flow through from 2248. So, I mean, from 1781 back to that property. I had to get them to come out and do some cleanup.
She does have a pond on it.
Okay.
I mean, the district is evidence that shows it's even,
Yes, 8.8.
yeah.
It's already got a.
Already got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I would be willing to go down to 311, take off what she says, the barn or the condition of it.
And I just split the two, if you wanted to do that.
211 and you put that in 311.
Yeah, right. And I did 50,000 off.
Which would take us down to
261, 795.
Okay.
That's
It's listed for 1 million.
211 and 311.
right.
Yeah,
It's listed for 1 million too.
it ain't, doesn't mean they're gonna do it.
No, I know that. Evidently, they think it's worth that.
But let's go on,
No.
Can you explain the current listing at over $1 million?
Yes, it doesn't mean anything. It's just that my partner doesn't really want to sell.
Okay, well, you should probably point out to them that it doesn't have an effect because people like the appraisal district do see that. And anyway, that's okay. I understand. So, I mean, you guys, want to do 261, I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Okay.
261, 7.
Yeah,
I'm good.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Right, motion on case ID 2022-354. 15404, which is 2248 and 3741.
666.
Investing, market and equity values, in the opinion of the review board, the value of this property, which is currently noted at $311,800 being reduced to $251,000.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I am. What was the value?
261,790. So we have, 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
What is it, 261?
790. Okay, did you hear that? Okay.
I heard 26179.
Zero.
Okay, so if I want to appeal that, that doesn't mean that I can't accept that later, does it? In my appeal?
When you have the next thing is an arbitration, you will have the ability to request an arbitrator to hear, basically rehear the exact same thing. The arbitrator cannot increase the value. Just like the ARB today can't raise your value over the notice value. The arbitrator can't raise your value over the ARB determined value.
Right, but I can still ask the arbitrator if I decide to appeal. I can show evidence to get it below the 261,790. And if he doesn't agree, would then I still be able to accept the 261,790?
The 261,790 is the value. It will be the certified value for your property. So what the arbitrator does is either decide to lower it or do nothing.
Okay, so then that's worth it for me to appeal this, please.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll get paperwork when you get your ARB determination about how to engage in that process.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Oh, I will point out that if the arbitrator, if you're hearing I forget what it's called, it's not hearing. If it happens after the date the taxes become delinquent, you will have to be current on the taxes for the property.
Oh, absolutely.
But if that happens and there's a reduction, you'll get a refund.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. The next one is 32710. I just need to ask if you are okay with them doing it by the phone. They did turn in their affidavit and everything. It just wasn't checked
Hey,
beforehand.
Yeah, we're okay with that.
What's the number?
327.
22790.
I get confused in its case number and I remember. I remember both of them. You're doing a great job.
Sure.
Way to go. What you said. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna look at it. No, they just called me. Oh, no.
Registered.
This is
showing this today.
I thought it was my house. No, it's almost my house. I live at 8247 South.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes, this is fun.
Their kids must be starving.
Yeah, no kidding. My kids are rotten. What the heck? I want to give them that to eat.
And it's not even the full moon.
This is 32710, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
It's cute. It's cute.
Doesn't look very big.
Well, it's.
From the front. Oh, it's not, it's 688.
688.
688 square feet.
Oh, yeah.
It's cute.
Yep.
We're calling it
It's a
or.
phone.
No. Oh,
Oh, okay.
sorry, there's somebody in the lobby, so I was in there, so I don't know where this is, what this is.
What do you
I'm
call
getting
it?
ridiculous. We need to do something.
32710.
Feel like I'm in a.
Page 6.
Thank God it's Thursday.
Should I go ahead and call?
Yeah.
Did you find it, Jackie?
What?
Yeah.
You got the case number?
Yeah, we got it.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're giving the call.
Yes, I do.
What's the name? Well, just the appraisal review, just the appraisal review board calling for your protest.
Sorry, we were on mute.
Can you hear it? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing.
Yeah, thank you.
And what is your name?
Santana Perez.
Sorry, your first name is what?
Santana.
Santana,
Santana.
Santana.
Okay, Santana, I have some administrative stuff to run through. Before we get into the specifics of your hearing, so if you just hang loose for a second.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1638, account number 32710, which is, no, I just lost it. What's the address?
822 North Ann Street.
Okay, 822 North Ann Street. Oh, there it is, underneath all my junk. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And I see it's an online submission, so market and equity are the protest values or the values under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after this hearing. You can complete it online as well, and information about how to do that is included at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So this is important. Do we have all of your evidence that has been submitted?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Yep, and I see a good amount there. Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have a copy, and solemnly swear that I am not communicating with a person in violation of tax code 41.66. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So I'm assuming, Santana, that since we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you, that we're going to consider you to be under oath for this hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I, Ray Bunsen, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Santana, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, thank you. In the package of information you received from the district, there is a one-page chart which is labeled hearing procedure times. Do you have that available?
Let me pull. I believe that might have been sent over to my email.
Okay, it's not a problem. We'll talk you through it.
Okay.
It actually details how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one of two forms. One is if the protester, if you go first in presentation, or the other is if the district goes first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. You get to make the choice of who presents first.
Okay, so I can go first if that's no issue.
Oh, there's no issue. You get to make the choice. That's all there is to it.
You have for your initial presentation, you have 5 minutes, and you'll have some additional minutes as we go along.
Okay, sounds good, that's
starting now.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to just go with the first page. I'll go through kind of the 12 pages. So what I did is I did pull some comparables in size and location, comparable to my property at 822 North Ann. And so when I did that, it came to about an average of 107 per square foot. And in my opinion, the 733 South Ann is possibly the closest comp in condition, size, as well as bed and bath and lot size as well. And so that's around 118.27 versus the county appraisal of $200 per square foot. And so that's kind of the first page, is basically pulling all the comps that look pretty much exactly like my house, give or take with some variation. Okay, any questions on that?
No.
Okay. All right, and so the next one is basically what had happened in 2019. Of course, I had bought the property in 2019 and it wasn't disclosed to me that there was significant foundation damage, but we did have to make an emergency repair. And so what had happened was the kitchen floor had completely separated from the house. And so what you can see in these photos, and also the garage area as well, is basically the separation is occurring like all throughout the house. But at the time, the emergency repair was just made in the kitchen. And so when we did that, we discovered that there was subterranean termite damage. We also don't have a crawl space. And so what happens is over time, that water just pools. And because we actually can't like treat anything that's there, it's just something that the house is going to have to live with until we get actually the house lifted. But there's two problems, because one side is a concrete slab, the roof is connected, and then one side is the pier and beam, what you can see on page 3. That's the extent of the damage. And so basically the wood beams had completely rotted from both the termite damage and the wood rot damage caused by the pool of water collecting. And so at the time, we just did an emergency repair, and that was about $13,000. $6,000 was the labor, and about $9,000 was in materials. And so at that time, we had known that we have to get the entire house lifted. Otherwise, this is going to continuously happen. And so pages 2 show some of the damage of what's continuously happening. So you can see that like 1 to 2 inch gap all throughout the house, from the house actually separating with the floors and the foundation falling. And so page 4 is just the initial receipt for the initial termite damage, and that was done by Alvin Exterminating. And so what was communicated to me is that, again, because there's no cross space, it's going to continuously happen. And so we have the annual termite, I guess, treatment that's done, but they're never going to eradicate it. And then page 9 shows the initial invoice for the labor, for the initial repair, the emergency repair that was done. And then page 10 shows an invoice of sort of like an initial inspection of what it's going to cost to do the initial inspection, to even figure out how much it would be to repair the foundation. And so that initial inspection is going to be $5,400. And then from there, it was verbally communicated to me that likely they would have to lift and level the foundation and then replace like everything and some of the siding as well. So it's just the easiest solution would be just tearing it all down. But that's not possible right now. I just don't have enough funds for it. But the 10 is from page 10 is from one of the contractors that does do foundation repair. And I did have another contractor come out as well. And so at the time, they had told me that it just wasn't salvageable, so they didn't even provide a quote for the labor or the materials that it would take to actually lift the house. And I would say, so page 12 is also part of that bid that was taken over as well. So I think overall, our house does have significant issues that would essentially eradicate the entire value of the house if we did get those repairs done. And so we just want to have a adjustment made to be more in line with what the market is, because if we did try and sell this property, we would have to basically either provide a credit of 50 to 70,000 for the foundation repair, or actually get it done ourselves. And so the market value that you have around, I believe it's 130,000, just isn't really in line with what the market is, or in line with what the comparable houses in the area are that are similar to ours, without, you know, the crawl space and what the termite damage, and the foundation issues, and the water rot. So I believe that's 5 minutes, right?
That's it, okay. You'll have some more time in a few minutes, so, right now, we'll let the district give their presentation.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. Very weird.
I know, I don't know.
I didn't catch your name, ma'am. Was it Santana?
Santana.
Santana, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, all the pictures that you're showing, the information that you're giving, it's confusing to me. Help me understand a timeline, please help me understand this timeline. What condition, okay. There's online listing photos of this house from 21.
Yeah.
And in 21, the house looked pretty good. Looked like the kind of house that someone would rent in Rockport, Texas for the weekend. Small, but like it's a nice looking house. And so then there's a listing removed in May of 21. And so
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time understanding the January 1, 2022 appraisal, the condition of the house, January 1 of 22. That's.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can kind of give you the timeline. So I bought the house in March 2019. And so by November of 2019 is when the foundation had collapsed in the kitchen. And so what we had found is that they basically did a temporary fix. And so again, that temporary fix only lasted like 6 months tops. And so what they had done is they had lifted the floors in the kitchen, just like what we had done. And they had basically sistered those rotted, which is why you can see those boards, those rotted boards. So that's on page, well, it's the one with the floors exposed. And so they had did a temporary fix. And so I had tried to sell it because I just didn't want to deal with the long-term impact. But once I had disclosed all of the information, it was impossible to sell. And so that's what I was talking about with the market value, is that we would have to essentially repair all of that to even, or reduce our price significantly to even market the house. And so we did have a few buyers, but again, once that was communicated over to them, they have requested that we had repaired that. And so it's just not fixable. It's not anything that can be fixed. So again, like we know, these photos I can't show what's under the floors unless I physically show this. So what you don't see is all of the separation points that I have currently provided that are showing the entire floor of the house separating all throughout the house. So those aren't in the listing photo.
What happened in January?
Once this place was put up for sale in 21 and then you couldn't sell it. You made a statement when you said once that was communicated from to the potential buyers, what was communicated? The floor problem?
Yeah, the foundation issues and the termite issues, that essentially couldn't be remedied unless the house was physically lifted.
What do you do with the house now?
It's rented, but it's basically like our second home, basically. It's not rented full time, it's rented short stints of time, essentially.
Okay.
But yeah, so like us, it's livable, but for a buyer coming in, it wouldn't be, or, you know, for a buyer who's represented by a realtor, these issues would have to be remedied 100% before it was sold.
Okay. So on January 1st, 2022, the place is, you know, rented or could be rented or could be lived in. However, there's flooring problems and termite problems that in disclosure would keep a bank from loaning money on it.
Yeah.
Is that
and
fair to say?
As well as a buyer actually buying the property. Yeah, so I would say, yes, that's fair to say, because I was able to, because the banks don't do the actual inspections, and so, you know, each buyer has to have their own inspections done, and so, that's what happened in 21, is that the buyers did have the inspection done, and of course, I don't own access to that inspection, but what they did find is, you know, I had disclosed foundation issues and, the termite issues, and they did find that, and so.
Ma'am, what's your opinion, Santana, what's your opinion of value on this thing?
My opinion is 76, which would reflect the market value less the repair. So if we made the repairs, you know, again, the market value could be 130 visually, but we have to make those repairs in order for it to get operable. And so that would reduce the market value down to about 76 to 80.
For the land and the improvement, right, I'm assuming?
Yeah. And again, I did have a foundation company that essentially would not touch it. It was Foundation USA, and they're like, no, because the garage is on the concrete slab and it shares the same roof as the primary home, which is pier and beam. And so they said that they were just like, no, we're not going to touch it. We can't do this. So there's just so much liability associated with the house.
Santana, I need to talk for a second, okay? You're gonna get time again.
Yes, no.
I have another question. What is the house central heat and air?
Yeah, it is.
It is central heat and air. And it has this laundry list of things. You need to open the supplement on this one. Go ahead and open it, supplement it. And then I'm gonna answer this. Let me just look at something real quick.
And then you hold on for a few minutes while they're doing a little research here.
Okay.
Go
No
into the
problem.
account, change it to. We'll change the year to 2010.
Yeah, if shoes are all.
There they not. Because we bought it in 2019 and 2019. Appears that floors hadn't separated.
I want to see what it's about.
And she may not have had an inspection done, or they did this.
All right, hey, I'm gonna give our opinion of value and let you guys do what you're gonna do. The appraisal district's opinion of value on this house is 112,000 even. So, and that's all we have to say. And, that's it. Another one.
I will.
Just leave it.
Yeah, that's.
Say that again. If you subtract that 70,000, which is probably.
I actually, last year, or I took last year's improvement value of this 1,550 and added it to lands, this year's lands. And we got to 80,220. So it's,
So you're counting the land increase and then taking last year's
improvement.
improvement.
That was
80,220.
80,220.
Yeah.
Make something out of it.
I'm struggling with that.
Yeah.
Corner lot, that thing was so cash and all.
Those problems.
That's it.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, you've got some people
Because
who
you
already
already
rent
rent
them. So there's no big no.
I could write a check.
Big deal with it.
Instead of renting.
Yeah, but if it's somebody who does construction, some of this stuff would be. Really easy to do.
I'd be made the one.
Yeah.
Would you be at one? I could go 110. Then she came down to 112. I would be willing to give a little more to 110. Because I have to agree, it's a great location. She's got it rented. She.
100 would be enough. 100.
And more at 110.
Would be my number.
110.
Yeah.
100.
I'm more in favor of the 100.
Yeah, me too.
We can vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm going to 100. I'm going to go lower than that though, because, I think it's too far down.
I think the location is great. That's it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna make a motion to spend down on your property, which is KID 2022-1638. Now 32710, which is 822 North Ann Street. And addressing equity and market values based on the information you provided us regarding the condition of the property. And the information is being district, the opinion of the appraisal review board, currently noted value, 137,660, be reduced to 100,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Buddy, first.
Aye.
You opposed?
So I'm voting for
Okay.
struggling.
All right, we'll make sure.
You understand what we did, Cynthia?
Yeah, so, I had a quick question. So we do have an empty lot that is actually on the corner of Sabinal. So it's the lot that's right next. So it's the same size and it's on the corner of Sabinal and Pearl. It's sold in December of 21 for $38,500.
There you go.
And so that's, you know, I can do a bit of evaluation if it was the lot, because the Pearl side is a bit more valuable than the, not too significantly of much value, but it's the one next door to us.
What is the point?
Oh, I was just letting you know as far as the lot valuation. So it's like right around 35 is what it has sold for.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. Okay, so you have to know the value of your property now, 100,000.
Which one?
The 100,000 is the value now. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You guys, just want to get used to Ray, you come in and then usually.
Don't be caught by the wrong name, just ignore it.
Oh,
Okay, so there is, the person that was in the lobby apparently went in to talk to Mike. Presumably.
And never came
over
over.
this, and it's still in there. I don't know, I have no idea what's going on with the door closed, but I do have several people here for the 3 o'clock docket, and it is 3 o'clock, so.
Let's do it.
we will have-
You need a break?
Yeah, mine.
I need a break.
So we're going into 3 o'clock. You know, this one that went in my phone.
Yeah, she's been sitting out there since 1 o'clock. I think she was out there way early. I think she was on the 1:30. I believe.
It was at 1:30.
I think.
Okay. We won't even worry about it.
Well,
I think it's Kelly.
here, I think.
Middle of age.
Call him Ray. I'm sorry.
I was kind of the same way. The heat.
It's that power that we didn't work. You know, we come in at a run. Slammed in the door. But. And it's too.
Okay, 3 o'clock.
The funniest is when his name, you got any more to say? And they would just say, no. You don't want to say anything. We already discussed everything.
Okay, what's next?
Well, we're waiting. Someone's in Mike's office
Yeah, but he comes out at 1:30.
and they've never come out.
Okay,
Yes, be serious.
let's sober up.
I had that coffee.
Yeah, but that's not doing any good.
No, that coffee at that, shop. Oh, it was so bitter.
What was that?
It was horrible.
Okay.
Cup of coffee.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's decaf.
No.
It was true. She told me it was decaf, but I don't believe it, because I'm like, right now.
Here, Kit Kat, dark chocolate. No, I already had one.
There's no limit with.
Oh, we can tell in your fingernail. No, we're on 3.
Well.
We don't know. Well, we can always come back to it when we're on.
It comes
If
back.
they wait more than 2 hours, they're entitled to reschedule.
Yeah. Quite a week,
They've been here since 1:30, right?
Well, it's 3 o'clock now.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. We are now on our 3 o'clock.
Okay.
I will let you know that Mike has back from 1:30. I don't know what if they're gonna settle or she's gonna be here. Then just give you a heads up. But right now we are on account 33172, case number 1186.
They're here. Yes. Okay. All right.
I think we're ready.
Okay. Nancy, are you ready?
Mhm.
Okay, head of the table. No, to the right.
Okay.
I'm doing.
Out of the corner of my one good eye, I heard Nancy,
Yeah,
your Nancy.
yeah,
If I play Nancy.
yes, it's okay, coming in.
Okay, Nancy, I have a bunch of administrative stuff I'm gonna run through first. You'll be asked to swear in, and I suspect Beth will be back at some point to help you with that. We are commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1186, count number 33172, which is 1304 East Avenue. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify exactly what's under protest. It's online. Okay. And I did see homestead and over 55 exemption. Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is happens to be one of them left there. You can take that with you. You'll also receive a copy in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail that documents the results of this hearing. You also can take the survey online, and information about how to do that is at the top of that form. The survey itself is voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeals information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all of your evidence that you're going to be referencing today? See, we have good amount. Okay, couple of 2 6 pages.
The son-in-law is a lawyer, so he was on top of whatever.
All right. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of 41.66. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
And I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Well, testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Nancy will be asked to swear in at this time. That will help you do that.
Okay, right here, you're gonna start with that statement. I do.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Nancy Hale Money.
Go ahead and sign the first.
And I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or any testimony shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Nancy, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing Certification.
No.
Okay.
over on your left hand there, underneath that survey form is a chart which has hearing procedure time. Shows how we're gonna run the hearing today. Can take two forms. One is if you present first, the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time in either case, depending on who, regardless of who goes first. You get to make the choice of who is going to present first.
It doesn't matter to me.
You have to make the choice.
Twist your arm. I'll do it. You do it.
Okay, it's gonna be a little different during my time. I just want to ask you a quick question. So so you have a settlement statement for the properties in purchase? Yeah, I saw that there's a settlement
Yes.
statement. Was this purchased, did you know the seller or anything?
No,
Was it just listed?
it was just listed.
Okay, and you guys bought it?
Mhm.
Okay, and are you, I'm okay with just the sale price. That's okay with you. 260. Or you want it for 260,000.
260,000.
You want it for 260?
Yeah.
It's a good purchase, you did a good job, but it is what you paid, so I would defer to that. I'm okay with that. So recent sales, open market, you want it?
So we can cut to the chase if you accept 260.
Why, I mean, what I actually pay, okay, this is new.
Okay.
Yeah, so normally I would be showing other sales of other properties and we're looking for a median and all that's good. We had the sale price of your property being higher than what you actually did.
Right.
But
But I guess that's what we're protesting.
well, the only thing that it would change is by, well, here, I'll go ahead and just show you what would happen. We'll pull up our evidence. Skip down to the sales ratio report, sales grid, sorry. So, yeah, this is fine. So we have three comps.
Right.
Yours ends up being the median. The median is just whichever one's in the middle, right? So this number's wrong. So if we take it from 327 to 260, it's not the median anymore. Number three, comp number three becomes the median, which is 289. So it's still 30 grand over what you paid for it. I'm just saying the difference between 289 and what you paid for it, it's what you paid for it. That's like the best indicator value. So
Okay.
even though our median would say this is fine, I'm still okay with the sale price. Which is lower.
So that's the value.
It can't go lower than that.
Huh?
I said it can't go lower.
Well.
Oh, well, I know that.
Technically,
Yeah.
there was some
Yeah.
compelling evidence, but
Yeah. Well, I guess that's, I mean, my daughter and son-in-law were also on the property. And she's the one that, was referring and talking to me about it and all that. She said, that's all we're protesting is what we actually paid.
Yeah.
To what's on the books.
Great. Yeah.
So we're taking it down to what you paid.
Huh?
We're taking it down to what you paid.
Right.
And yeah, just to explain like where the district.
I just don't know how to word it, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's it.
So you're okay with that value? I guess, it's too.
That's your
sales price. I don't know. What do you mean, no? What could be? Yeah. Okay, good.
Did you have a lower one?
No, don't go there. Oh, no. Yeah.
No.
So you're gonna make this motion? Yeah.
So I'll make a motion on case ID 2022 1186, count 3172, which is 1047 all, Rockport. And addressing equity and market values, based on evidence presented by the property owner that she, value what she paid for the property. Opinion of the credit review board that reduced the current noted value of $321,027 to $260,000.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
You're in favor.
I'm the one living there.
Please
Okay.
tell everyone you guys are really fine.
Yeah, make this survey. You don't have to do it now, you can do it later. Okay, well, that was simple. I got it.
Easy.
Yeah.
Right stuff.
Hope you didn't have to wait too long. No. I didn't. So, It was a nice meeting y'all. I want to see you again. I don't think I do, I'm not sure. Yeah. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Have a good day.
All right, well, thank you. Yes. Y'all have a great day. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there's like this, recent sales price, it's like, a no-brainer.
And the appraisal, and you come in with that, the appraisal. Yeah, but John, come in with that feeling that you're coming after fighting,
That's all it is, that was the.
Yeah, that's why I said, don't tell people.
And I saw somebody just leave. I don't know if that's the same person who in my office.
Are we done with 1:30?
Depending on that one, I was in my office.
Do you remember the name?
It was Beck. Wait, I think, was it Beck?
Yeah, it's the last one on the one.
Yeah, it was Beck.
Before we started the period.
I don't know, was that her? I mean,
Did she have a dress on?
yes.
This one had a dress.
Didn't know all the details.
Mike says it's done and settled.
It's done?
Yeah, done and settled.
Okay, so that's three.
And that's all. That's all in one.
Three now.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that one was a real good time.
She was kind of stunned. Like,
I think that was the,
I think so.
wait a minute, I haven't done anything.
Yep.
Everybody go down. A real tip, we call
Yeah, 3:00,
Yeah.
a live one.
I don't want to think that I'm pretty sure this is left.
Yeah, don't think so.
Yes,
Okay.
What's the process?
it is 70142.
Sign out on the street.
70.
Walk-ins accepted.
Page 8, bottom of the page, right? Page 8, I mean.
No, it's a real person.
70142.
Okay.
Yeah, bottom of the page.
What some of the folks in the room call a wide wire.
Did they bring in? Oh, here it is. Here.
Oh, that-
It wasn't there earlier.
That's what I was doing.
Well, I'm done 29.
There's no more, we're done.
I'll make it for you.
I'll bring your battery. You have to share it.
But
I'm at 20.
42.
look at your fitness book.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Written in memory.
You say this was the last part? Yeah,
So, yeah, unless.
she doesn't want to change
Not
it,
only.
but they only have, well, I got to only come during the first 15 minutes.
Right.
Anybody else need one?
I may not.
29. So I think I.
Well, I'm at 20. Oh, I'm at 19 now.
Oh, you better get.
I know, but y'all want to rinse it or how lucky are y'all feeling? I'm not even right here.
Okay. We'll do it. Thank you.
Never ready?
There you go. Two of them. There you go. There's another one. That's what you need.
I got 19, so.
I got 20, so I'm okay. Just read what the policy. Let me see.
There you go.
Hi.
You're good. How about you? But you're Misty. It's a good guess, since that's what it says on the paper.
You're spot on. Been practicing all day.
That was you sitting out there all day watching us while we practice. Okay, Misty, I have some administrative stuff to run through. And at some point, you'll be asked to swear in, and Beth will help you do that when we get to that point. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-14991, count number 70142, which is 1060 Jacoby Lane. SPC, that's phase one, or what the SPC?
it used to be 1-8 before Harvey.
Oh, okay.
It was, yeah, rentals, little rentals.
Okay. All right, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And this is an online submission, so consequently, what do we have? Market and equity in the protest. So we are the appraisal review board, the 5 of us around the table will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Gentleman at the end of the table is Evan Burke, who is the representative from the district, and Jackie and Beth are in the back dealing with the technology. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which is right in front of you. Yeah. You'll also receive a copy of that survey in the determination package. Your determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing to document the results of the hearing. You can also take it online. The information about how to do that is at the top of the form, and the survey itself is entirely voluntary. We always do appreciate any feedback that anyone offers. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided up to now needs to be provided. So do we have all the evidence that you are going to reference today?
And I just took some pictures of properties around me, or a couple.
Okay,
I don't really know
good.
what to gather.
And that's fine. That's perfect. We just want to make sure that everything that you submitted has been submitted.
I looked at different percentage increases up and down the road.
Okay. All right. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Ryder, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Kathy Hoffman, you solemnly swear that I am not communicating violation of tax code 41.66. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Murray, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So you'll be asked to swear in now. If you would read that statement and give your name.
I, Mr. Holder, do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that I shall attend to the appraisal review board for the appraisal county appraisal district is correct. And I said to me, or did you?
Yeah, she did.
I didn't hear it either.
I heard she said her name.
Yeah, you did. You're right.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Okay. Need to ask whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
Yes.
Near your folder is a chart that represents the hearing procedure times. This is how we're going to run the hearing today. Take one or two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time to present and question and rebut the thing is that you have to make a choice of whether you want to go first or whether you would like the district to go first.
Well, since I've never done this before, I'll let this.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. 5 minutes.
So this is account 70142. This is a small property with some RV or mobile home spaces on it of some sort. There are, let's see. Can't even find it. Oh, there they are. Yeah, there's only 3. There's 3, and then there's a couple of other properties there. Yeah, there's just 3. There's only 3. Yeah. Okay, and there's a note here that says property has house and image RV park. So last year this was certified at 205,000. Even this year it was noted at 256,660. There's a picture of it. It's on Jacoby Lane. It has a lake in the back and some units up front. So you can see an RV and a single wide. And then there's actually a primary structure right there in the middle. Right, and there is there's an adjustment in the land for the lake that was added last year. It says adjustment for lake unusable area. Okay, comp sales are other small places that have mobile homes and a couple of RVs. None of these are like big, concrete sign out front type RV parks. If it sells like these other ones sold, we would expect it to sell for 287 and 295. So that's why the value is what it is. The keep a pretty good eye on RV parks, mobile home parks, and that kind of thing. The land value changed from last year. The land table on Jacoby Lane changed. The equity grid is again comping it to other smaller parks. And the indicated median value is 253, 283, which is just below our notice value. And that's pretty much it. That's right. I'm kind of looking forward to hearing about the condition of the how many sites are working, who's there.
Okay, Ms. Steve, you have 7 minutes to ask questions, make the presentation.
Okay, as far as what's working and what's not working, the main house is working, the small 2-bedroom house in there is working. The one RV, if you do the aerial, on the left it's just a lot rent. My uncle lives there. The mobile home on the left and the front is non-operable. There's no meter in it, which you have a picture of.
Is any right there?
Yes, that one. Okay, there's no meter in it. Basically it's, trash from Harvey and just haven't got rid of it yet. On the right, prior to Harvey, there used to be 4 units there. 3 have been removed. It was previously tied into the 70143 on septic. And since Harvey that's been disconnected, so there's no septic and no utilities on the right hand side. That little RV that's sitting there, it's another one that just hasn't been moved.
So that you doing with this thing?
Yes,
Okay.
it's just like a little storage unit because there's no utilities to it, there's no sewer to it, or water. And as you can see, the porch still stands from Harvey, but that's all. My neighbor on the 8810224, they maintain the front part of the property. That's what you see the pictures are, and it's overgrown and it's shoving the fence over. The 61951 is the other picture that you have with all the trash in the front yard. So you pull out, that's what you see. Of course, they have that trailer falling down, and then that part of the trash. That's what you see when you go out. I know that a lot of the properties in there went up like 18% in property value up and down Jacoby, various ones, various addresses from 15 to 18. There's one that was 51%, 142, and the property that I'm here for went up 25%. So there's a big jump of whose values go up and whose values don't. So, I mean, basically, that's all I can say about, the property itself. I mean, like you said, pond is probably roughly an acre of just, and overrun my cattails. Cattails, which is the other picture that I sent. So, it's getting less and less of pond and more and more of a cattail farm. So, it completely surrounds it now, and it's starting to. So basically, I guess that's probably everything that I can think of to say, all the information that I've gathered and property itself.
So the only operational thing, operations,
Business.
Two-bedroom house and then everything else is not.
The main house in the middle is a 2-bedroom house as well. And then the little one to the left, that right there is the other 2-bedroom. Yes, the two-bedroom houses. The rest is garage and storage, and that little building there is just kind of a little storage behind the trailer, which.
But your uncle lives in the first.
Yes,
Right there.
Okay.
And then the rest is just kind of, metal buildings that are catch-alls. And
Gonna be removed at some point.
I think other than the first trailer, I'm gonna have removed eventually, I hope to. The little one on the front is kind of a storage, which will be probably relocated for storage if I can get it to the back. But that's all. Up in the air, but yeah, they're non-rentable spaces. I mean, it says 1 through 8, it used to be. Hardly changed.
So what value did you put in?
I put 212, and that's a 3.5% increase, which is kind of the average of what I looked at. I mean, I understand that, values go up, but I just don't think it went up that much.
How many spots do we have it?
Are operable?
No, I just, my idea that's in his paperwork that are operable.
Zoom in a little bit.
It's chalk.
If it's not, this is not a dumb question, but if it's a 2-story building,
Yes.
okay, so it kind of steps down in the back there.
Yeah, it's actually kind of like a bunker. The back, you go, when my dad had an imagination. You drive up, you park upstairs, and then you have a spiral staircase takes you down to go downstairs, which takes you out to the back patio.
Which is on the water.
Yes, ma'am. Kind of, yeah, you built up the dirt around it from the pond to make it. Kind of. Yes, you go that way. He was very creative. I like this tractor. And then that other little building is the water.
How
To the
many
metal shop.
sites do you have it?
We have it at 3. Quick question, the one your uncle is renting,
Mhm.
it has does it have a septic or is it? 1, does it have septic at all?
Yes,
2, is it independent from the other septic?
there's various septic tanks on that property.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's got his own little thing and the houses are on it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So. Yeah. There's almost no value on this thing. The things, we have to have it because
Right.
we have $100. What was the number you said? 212?
212.
Just 212 even that.
Well, I think I did like 212, 175. I did 3.5% up from the 205. Is how I came up with that.
Yeah, it's like $8,000.
Right.
I was just making sure that the house was
Yeah.
correct in case there wasn't something else to delete, but it looks like our drawing for the structure is accurate. accurate and up to date. But yeah, there's some loss in value.
So 212, 100. She said 212, 175, right? That's what I had, 212,
212, I like that. All right, case ID 2022-1491, count 70142, which is 1060 Colby Lane, Aransas, Maryland. Based on the information presented to the property owner and the district, it's the opinion of the resident review board that the currently noted value at 256,660 be reduced to 212,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Misty, you understand the value?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you all for your time and all your effort y'all put in all day. All right, so.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
All right.
bye.
This is not working.
We're done. It doesn't matter.
It knows.
Like an
Shadow knows.
We're done, it's it?
Ever seen an average notice?
We're not married.
Keeps hot things hot and cold things cold? How does it know? Our one. You are one? Our one. Really? I believe we are done.
We need to close this out.
Yeah, let me just verify and make sure.
Okay. Before we, yeah.
Okay, Mom, are we done?
I think so too.
I didn't hear that. Okay.
Of what?
All right.
Of August, September, July.
Yeah, what are the schedules for next week? I don't think
Is it every day or?
As far as I know, it's every day.
The 10th of August is the morning single, and then afternoon. we come in.
Yeah, so that's.
I'll be out Wednesday afternoon for the doctor's appointment. Get my eyes checked.
Okay, can you just send me an email
Yes,
or a text on that?
yes.
I wanted to show you the new approved vault. We'll be back in a second.
We done?
Oh, yeah, y'all can see the vault.
Let's go see the fall.
You adjourned?
Can we close?
Oh, we should, yeah,
Yeah, let's close.
thank
those
you.
If people want to go home.
I'll move, we adjourn.
I'll second.
Anybody